Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've always considered myself a rational person. I work in IT, I believe in science, and I've rolled my eyes at countless ghost stories over the years. My partner Kate calls me annoyingly logical because I can explain away almost anything. But what happened in our house about 6 months ago, I still can't find a reasonable explanation. We bought our first home last year. Nothing fancy. Just a 1970s three-bedroom in a quiet suburb. The previous owners were an elderly couple who had to move into assisted living. They left behind some random stuff in the attic that we gradually sorted through. Old holiday decorations, some tools, and a shoebox of photographs we meant to return, but never got around to it. Everything was completely normal for the first few months. We renovated the kitchen, painted the bedrooms, and about 3 months ago, we adopted a dog, a shepherd mix named Baxter from the local shelter. He settled in quickly, though he had this weird habit of frantically digging at one specific spot in the backyard under the maple tree. We figured some animal had marked there or something. The first weird thing I noticed was with our smart home setup. I'm pretty tech-savvy and had installed Philips Hue bulbs and some smart switches throughout the house. About 2 months ago, I was working from home when the living room lights suddenly turned on. I checked my phone. No one had activated them through the app. I reset the system thinking it was just a glitch. Then my stereo started acting up. I have an older receiver connected to some decent speakers in the living room. 3 times in 1 week, I woke up at around 3 in the morning to find it blasting at full volume. The first time, I nearly had a heart attack. I checked all the connections, made sure the remote wasn't stuck under something, and even replaced the batteries thinking they were leaking or causing some short. Nothing helped. Kate thought it was electrical interference, or maybe a neighbor's universal remote somehow triggering our system. I wanted to believe that, but the timing was always the same. 3-ish in the morning, and always after we'd been talking about renovating the backyard. But what happened that night in March changed everything. I'd been having trouble sleeping and finally dozed off around 1 in the morning. Kate was away visiting her sister, so it was just me and Baxter in the house. I remember waking up suddenly around 3:15. Baxter was curled up next to me on the bed, snoring lightly. I saw movement by the bedroom door and looked over to see what I thought was Baxter standing there, looking at me. In my groggy state, I figured he needed to go outside. I remember thinking it was weird that he was also on the bed, but my brain was foggy with sleep. "Need to go out, buddy?" I mumbled, sitting up. That's when I realized Baxter was still fast asleep beside me. I looked back at the door, and whatever I'd seen was gone. The hallway was empty. I sat there for a good minute, trying to process what had just happened. I told myself it was just a shadow, or my mind playing tricks on me because I was tired. I got up to check the house anyway. Everything was locked up tight. Nothing out of place. I went to the bathroom, then crawled back into bed, convinced I'd been half dreaming. I had just settled back in when Baxter suddenly lifted his head and stared intently at the bedroom door. His ears perked forward, and he made this low, whining sound I'd never heard from him before. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. He was looking at exactly the same spot where I'd seen whatever it was. "There's nothing there, boy," I said, trying to convince myself as much as him. Baxter continued staring for another minute, then suddenly jumped off the bed and ran to the corner of the room where Kate has a small desk set up. He stood there, hackles raised, staring at her filing cabinet, one of those 2-drawer metal ones that sits under the desk. What happened next is what I still can't explain. Both drawers of the filing cabinet suddenly pulled open about halfway, then slammed shut. Then they did it again, 2 times in rapid succession. Open, shut, open, shut. The sound was deafening in the quiet house. I froze. Baxter started barking frantically. I kept thinking there had to be an explanation. Maybe the cabinet was on an uneven spot on the floor and had shifted, but both drawers had moved perfectly in sync. When I finally got the courage to get out of bed, I went over to examine the cabinet. Those drawers were heavy, filled with Kate's teaching materials and old financial records. Each one had a handle that required a firm pull to open. There was no way they could have opened on their own, let alone slammed shut with such force. I tried to recreate what had happened, seeing if maybe there was some way the cabinet was balanced that would make the drawers slide open. Nothing worked. I literally couldn't make those drawers move without using both hands to pull firmly on the handles. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I sat in the living room with all the lights on, Baxter pressed against my leg, both of us jumping at every little creak the house made. The next morning, I felt ridiculous. In the daylight, there had to be some logical explanation. Maybe the foundation had shifted, causing the cabinet to tilt. Maybe there was some kind of minor earthquake I hadn't felt. I checked online. Nothing reported in our area. I was putting away some boxes in the attic that afternoon when I found that shoebox of photos again. This time I actually looked through them. Most were typical family photos from the 60s and 70s, but one caught my attention. A black and white photograph of an older couple standing in our backyard with a German shepherd sitting proudly between them. They were standing right by the maple tree, the exact spot where Baxter was always trying to dig. Something clicked in my head. I remembered the real estate agent mentioning that the previous owners had lived in the house for over 40 years. The photo was probably from when they first moved in. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about that dog in the photo. I found myself Googling ghost dogs and other things I would have laughed at just days before. I read accounts of people who believed their deceased pets sometimes visited them. I've never been superstitious, but I couldn't shake the feeling that what I'd seen standing in the doorway had been a dog. Not Baxter, but something similar in size and shape. For the next few days, nothing unusual happened. Kate came home, and I told her everything. She was more open to the possibility than I expected. "Maybe it's their old dog," she said. "Maybe it's buried in the yard where Baxter keeps digging." I didn't want to believe it, but I couldn't come up with anything better. About a week after the filing cabinet incident, I was home alone again. I was sitting on the edge of the bed, getting ready to turn in, when I felt a distinct cold spot pass by my legs. It was like something had brushed against me, exactly the height a large dog would be. Baxter, who was across the room, suddenly perked up and stared at the empty space next to me. His tail started wagging slowly, not in fear, but recognition. That was the moment I finally accepted what was happening. As crazy as it sounds, I started talking to the empty space. "Hey there," I said quietly, feeling completely ridiculous but compelled to continue. "I think you lived here before, huh? With the older couple? They had to leave, but they didn't forget you." I don't know why I said that. It just felt right. The cold spot remained next to me for a moment, then seemed to move toward the door, the same spot where I'd seen the figure that night. Since then, I've developed a routine. Every night before bed, I whisper a few words to the empty doorway, just acknowledging that something, someone, might still be there, waiting for owners who aren't coming back. Sometimes the smart lights flicker slightly when I do this. Sometimes Baxter wags his tail at nothing. We've decided not to renovate the spot in the yard where Baxter used to dig. Kate planted flowers there instead. The digging has stopped, but sometimes Baxter still goes and lies next to the flowers, as if keeping someone company. The filing cabinet hasn't moved again. The stereo doesn't turn on anymore. But occasionally, in that drowsy state between awake and asleep, I'll see a shadowy figure by the bedroom door. And now, instead of being afraid, I just whisper, "Good night, pup. You're still home." I never thought I'd be the person sharing a ghost story and actually believing it. I've tried to find every possible rational explanation. I've checked our carbon monoxide detectors. I've looked for issues with the house's electrical system. I've considered every scientific explanation I can think of. But sometimes, I guess even skeptics have to accept that there are things we can't explain. I don't know what's happening in our house. All I know is that it doesn't feel threatening. It feels like someone, just wants to be remembered. And every time I see Baxter staring at that empty space by the door, wagging his tail at nothing I can see, I wonder if maybe he's making friends with a dog that loved this house as much as we do. Story 2. I've never been the type to believe in supernatural stuff, ghosts, demons, whatever. That was all just fiction to me, at least until we moved into that Victorian house in Lancaster last year. Now I'm not so sure anymore. I'm 19 now, but this all started when I was 17. My family relocated to this old Victorian place after Dad got transferred. The previous owners were this elderly couple who had this weird obsession with Native American artifacts, like their whole collection was still being packed up when we first visited. Masks, pottery, some ceremonial-looking stuff I couldn't identify. I remember thinking it was kind of cool, but also feeling weirdly uncomfortable around some of those items. The house itself was beautiful in that old, ornate way, but something about it felt off from the beginning. The bathroom especially. It had been painted this deep blood red before we moved in. The landlord had repainted it off-white for us, but you could still see these tiny specks of crimson showing through in places, especially around the bathtub. My mom kept saying they'd repaint it again, but they never did. I've had nightmares my whole life, usually just standard stuff, falling, being chased, showing up to school naked, whatever. But after we moved in, they changed, became more specific, more real. The first time I encountered it was about 3 weeks after moving in. I was dreaming that I was walking through our house, but everything was slightly off. The hallways longer, ceilings higher. I needed to use the bathroom. So I went in and immediately felt this overwhelming sense of dread, like someone had turned the gravity up to 11 and filled the air with fear. There was something in the bathtub, not a person or an animal, just this dark mass, this shadow that seemed to be slowly draining all the light from the room. I couldn't move properly. My limbs felt heavy, like I was trying to run underwater, but I forced myself to act normal, to not show fear. I don't know why, but something told me that showing fear would make it worse. I peed in the dream, washed my hands, and left without looking at the bathtub again. When I woke up, I was drenched in sweat. I tried to brush it off. Just a nightmare, right? But it kept happening. Same bathroom, same shadow. Sometimes it was smaller. Sometimes it took up the whole tub. I started to notice that when it was bigger, I felt more sluggish, weaker, like it was feeding on something. After about 2 months, the shadow wasn't just in the bathroom anymore. I'd see it under my bed in dreams, inside cabinets, behind the shower curtain. Eventually it could fill entire rooms. I learned to navigate my dreams carefully, avoiding dark places, keeping lights on. It sounds crazy, but I began to have some control over my dreams, enough to consciously avoid the entity. But twice it managed to get me. The first time was actually my fault. I got curious. Stupid. I know, I deliberately let it take me, just to see what would happen. In my dream, I was in our living room and noticed the shadow filling the hallway leading to the bedrooms. Instead of avoiding it like usual, I walked straight into it. Big mistake. The moment I crossed into the shadow, everything disappeared. I was in this endless void, not just dark, a complete absence of anything, no up, no down, no sense of direction or time, and I couldn't scream. I tried, but no sound came out. The fear was overwhelming, paralyzing. And then the whispers started. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but they were loud, like someone was shouting directly into my brain. I woke up gasping for air, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might break my ribs. The second time it caught me was about a month later. This time it was an accident. In my dream, I opened what I thought was our hallway closet, but inside was a staircase leading down to a basement we don't actually have. Before I could close the door, the shadow surged up the stairs and enveloped me. Same void, same muted screams, same whispers, but louder this time, more distinct. They weren't in English or any language I recognized, but somehow I understood the malice behind them. After that, I became obsessed with researching dreams, sleep paralysis, anything that might explain what was happening. I found some stuff about dream entities, shadow people, but nothing that quite matched what I was experiencing. Things escalated about 8 months after we moved in. The entity had evolved. It wasn't just a shadow anymore. It had become this portal-like thing, about 8 feet tall, pitch black, and it could survive in sunlight now. In previous dreams, I could escape it by finding bright areas, but not anymore. The worst part? It started manipulating electricity. In my dreams, I'd turn on lights and it would flip them back off. I'd run to another room, turn those lights on, and seconds later they'd go off too. The final confrontation happened on April 23rd. I remember the date because it was the night before my history exam. I went to bed early, around 10, after studying all evening. In my dream, I was back in that bathroom. The shadow wasn't in the tub this time, it was everywhere. The whole room was like looking into a black hole. I turned to leave, and that's when I saw it clearly for the first time. This thing standing between me and the door. It wasn't just a shadow anymore. It had form, about my height, maybe a bit taller, pitch black like it was cut from the night itself. It had these pointed ears, or maybe they were horns. It was hard to tell. Its arms were unnaturally long, hanging down past its knees, ending in these massive claws. Its body was jagged, like it wasn't quite solid, or like it didn't belong in our dimension. Its face, God, its face, where eyes should have been, were just these deeper black holes, and its mouth was this twisted gash that stretched too wide. I knew I was dreaming. I knew it. So I did the only thing I could think of. I forced myself to wake up, except I didn't wake up. Not completely. I opened my eyes in my bedroom, but I couldn't move. Sleep paralysis. I'd read about it, but experiencing it was a whole different level of terror, and it was there with me. I could feel it on my back, this weight pressing down on me. I could feel its breath on my neck, cold and stale, and then pain, sharp, real pain as I felt it bite into the back of my neck and scratch down my arm with those claws. I tried to scream, but nothing came out. I tried to move, but my body wouldn't respond. This went on for what felt like forever, but was probably only about 15 seconds. Finally, I had this moment of bizarre clarity. I thought, if this thing kills me in my sleep, I'll finally wake up for real. So I forced myself to relax, to accept whatever was happening. The moment I did that, the pain started to fade, the weight lifted, the presence vanished, and then I woke up for real, gasping, sweating, but awake. I ran to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. No bite marks on my neck, no scratches on my arm. But the fear, that was real, that was physical. My heart was racing so fast, I thought I might pass out. I haven't seen that specific entity since that night. I've had other episodes of sleep paralysis, seen other shadows, but nothing like that void-dwelling demon thing. Nothing that could control my dreams like that. We moved out of that house about 6 months later, when Dad got transferred again. I didn't tell my parents what had happened. What would I even say? Hey, I think our bathroom is a portal to some demon dimension. They'd have sent me to therapy faster than you can say psychological evaluation. I still have nightmares, but they're back to the normal kind. Falling, being chased, showing up to school naked. I can handle those. But sometimes, when I'm in a bathroom with white walls, I find myself checking for specks of red paint. And I never ever leave the bathroom light off. not even for a second. I've tried to rationalize it all. Stress from moving, overactive imagination, sleep disorders. But none of that explains how real it felt, how specific everything was, the way it evolved over time, like it was learning, adapting. I don't know what that thing was. A demon, a manifestation of anxiety, some entity tied to those Native American artifacts. I don't have answers. All I know is that for about a year of my life, something was hunting me in my dreams, and for one night, it managed to cross over into the real world. I still check under my bed before I sleep, still sweep my closet open quickly, half expecting to see a staircase leading down, still wake up sometimes at 3 in the morning, heart pounding, convinced I heard whispers. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe it was all in my head. But if you ever move into an old Victorian house in Lancaster with a white bathroom that has specks of red showing through, do yourself a favor. Don't turn off the lights. Story 3. I need to get this off my chest. It's been over 20 years, but I still can't explain what happened to me as a kid. Sometimes I convince myself it was just my imagination, but then I remember how real it felt, how consistent it was. I wasn't the kind of kid who made up stories for attention. I was actually pretty quiet, kept to myself mostly. We lived in this standard suburban house in Pennsylvania, nothing special about it. 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, beige carpet throughout most of it. The layout is what matters, though. The hallway was L-shaped, with my bedroom at the end of the shorter part of the L and my parents' room at the far end of the longer section. Between our rooms were a bathroom and my older sister's room. I was around 7 when it started. I remember because we'd just moved in that summer, and I was starting 2nd grade at a new school. The first time it happened, I'd gone to bed normal, like any other night. Mom had read me a chapter from a Goosebumps book. Ironic, I know. And I fell asleep with my nightlight on, this cheap plastic thing shaped like a rocket. I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night, not because of a noise or anything, just that feeling when you wake up and immediately know something's wrong. My heart was pounding before I even opened my eyes. The room felt colder, and there was this pressure in the air, like right before a thunderstorm. I remember checking my digital alarm clock. It was 3:17 in the morning. I tried to go back to sleep, pulled the covers up higher, but this feeling of dread kept building. It wasn't like being afraid of the dark or monsters under the bed. This was different, more primal, like when you're alone somewhere and suddenly feel like you're being watched. After maybe 5 minutes of lying there, my bladder decided to make things worse. I needed to pee, and badly. Our bathroom was down the hall, past the corner of the LI. Really didn't want to leave my bed, but eventually I had no choice. I grabbed my stuffed tiger, his name was Hobbs, yeah, I was a Calvin and Hobbes fan, and crept to my bedroom door. The hallway nightlight gave off this dim yellow glow. I made it to the bathroom, did my business, and started heading back when I realized I could just go to my parents' room instead. Dad always said I could come to them if I was scared, and I was definitely scared. So instead of turning right to go back to my room, I turned left and started down the longer section of the hallway toward their bedroom. The carpet muffled my footsteps. About halfway down, right around where my sister's door was, I felt this weird compulsion. It wasn't a sound, it wasn't anything I could point to, but something made me stop and turn around. That's when I saw it for the first time. At the corner of the L stood what looked like a man, except he was impossibly tall, his head nearly touching our 8-foot ceiling. But he wasn't solid. His entire body looked like television static. You know, that black and white fuzzy stuff on old TVs when there's no signal, except it was slightly transparent, and I could just barely make out the wall behind him through his body. He had no features I could distinguish, no eyes or mouth that I could see, just this vaguely human-shaped column of shifting static. And he was moving toward me, but not walking. His legs didn't move. He just advanced, sliding forward without any normal movement. Every instinct in my body screamed danger. I've never felt terror like that before or since. I dropped Hobbs and ran the rest of the way to my parents' room, not looking back. I burst through their door, dove into their bed, and wedged myself between them. Dad woke up startled, asking what was wrong. I was crying, trying to explain about the static man in the hallway. Mom turned on the lamp while Dad went to check. He came back saying there was nothing there, but I refused to go back to my room. They let me stay that night. The next morning, I half expected them to be angry or tell me I was just having a nightmare. But they were understanding. Mom even went with me to get Hobbs, who was still lying in the hallway where I dropped him. I didn't see anything unusual in daylight. For about 2 weeks, everything was normal. I'd almost convinced myself it was just a weird dream. Then it happened again. Same scenario, waking up in the middle of the night with that feeling of dread. This time, it was just after 2 in the morning. I didn't need to use the bathroom, but I was too scared to stay in my room alone. I decided to go to my parents again. Once more, halfway down the long section of the hallway, I felt compelled to look back, and there he was, the static man, at the corner, slowly advancing, same height, same static appearance, same silent gliding movement. I ran again, and again he vanished once I reached my parents' room. This pattern repeated throughout my childhood, never on consecutive nights and sometimes with months between appearances, but always exactly the same. I'd wake up with that feeling, head to my parents' room, look back halfway down the hall, see the static man, and run the rest of the way. He never made any sound, never appeared anywhere else in the house, never did anything different, just appeared and advanced toward me. I tried different things over time. Once I tried to be brave and stare him down, but my courage lasted about 3 seconds before panic took over. Another time I tried turning on the hallway lights, but they wouldn't work. The switches just clicked uselessly, though they worked fine the next morning. When I was 9, I decided to try a different approach. I ran out of my room as fast as I could, thinking if I made it past the halfway point before looking back, maybe he wouldn't be there. But the feeling to turn around hit me at exactly the same spot, and there he was, perhaps a bit closer than usual, but still at the corner. That was the scariest time, because it made me wonder if he was always there, whether I looked or not. My parents were patient at first, but as years went by, they grew more concerned. They took me to a child psychologist when I was 10. Dr. Brenner was nice enough, but she obviously didn't believe me. She talked about night terrors and hypnagogic hallucinations, said my eyes were playing tricks in the dark, suggested a nightlight in the hallway, we already had one, and keeping my bedroom door open, which I refused to do. My sister was less sympathetic. 3 years older, she thought I was just being a baby or making it up for attention. "There's no such thing as the static man," she'd say mockingly, but she never had to walk down that hallway at night feeling what I felt. What bothers me most is how consistent the experiences were. If it was just my imagination, why was it always exactly the same scenario? Why always at the same spot in the hallway? Why did he always look identical? And why did I always feel that same specific dread before it even happened? The encounters continued until I was about 12. By then, I'd started forcing myself to stay in my room, no matter how scared I felt. I'd hide under my covers, sometimes with a flashlight and a book to distract myself until morning. It was around that time that the appearances became less frequent and eventually stopped altogether. But here's the weird thing. I don't have a great memory of my childhood in general. Can't remember most of my teachers' names, friends from elementary school, or even what presents I got for most birthdays. But those encounters with the static man, crystal clear, every detail burned into my brain. I'm 32 now, married with a house of my own. My wife knows about the static man. She's one of the few people I've told the full story to. She believes something happened to me, even if she's not sure exactly what it was. We visited my parents last Christmas at the old house. They've never moved. I found myself avoiding the hallway at night, taking the long way around through the living room instead. My wife noticed and asked if I was okay. I lied and said I was fine. That night, I woke up at 3:24, heart racing, that familiar dread washing over me. For a second, I was 7 years old again. I looked at the bedroom door, half expecting to see static seeping in from underneath. Nothing happened, but I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I've researched similar experiences online. There are stories about shadow people and other entities people see at night, but nothing quite matches what I saw. The closest description I found was in an obscure forum where someone described seeing a TV snowman in their college dorm, but they only saw it once and it didn't move. My parents are selling the house next year. They're getting older and want something smaller without stairs. Part of me wants to spend one last night in my old room to see if he's still there. The other part, the sensible part, knows that's a terrible idea. I still don't know what the static man was. A ghost? Some weird manifestation of childhood anxiety? A glitch in reality? All I know is what I experienced was real to me. And sometimes, when our TV loses signal or my computer screen glitches, I get that same feeling of dread and I can't help but look over my shoulder. Story 4. I've been debating whether to post this for weeks now. I still get goosebumps thinking about it, and honestly, I haven't had a decent night's sleep since it happened. But I need to tell someone who might understand or maybe even help me make sense of what I experienced. I moved to Seattle about 8 months ago for a job in tech. Found a decent one-bedroom apartment in Capitol Hill. Nothing fancy, but it's on the 4th floor with decent security. The building has a key fob entrance system, and my unit has one of those smart locks that I can control from my phone. I've always been particular about security, especially living alone in a new city. Like a lot of people, I've been using the Sleep Cycle app for years. It tracks my sleep patterns, and I find the data weirdly satisfying, seeing how much deep sleep I get when I toss and turn, that kind of thing. One of the features I love is how it records sounds during the night. Usually it's just me mumbling nonsense, or sometimes snoring, embarrassing but true. Once in a while, it catches me giggling in my sleep, which my ex used to find both hilarious and creepy. So last month, it was a Tuesday night I remember because I had a big presentation the next day. I went to bed around 11 after prepping my notes. Nothing unusual about my routine. Double-checked my door was locked via the app. It was at 7:20 that evening. Brushed my teeth, set my phone on my nightstand, and crashed. I slept straight through until my alarm at 6:30. When I woke up, I checked the sleep cycle data like I always do. The graph looked normal. Some restless periods, some deep sleep. Then I noticed the sound recordings. Usually, I get maybe 2 or 3 a night, but this time, there were 6. 5 were labeled what I'd expect. Snoring, mumbling, stuff like that, but the 6th one was just labeled talking at 2:41 in the morning. I'd never seen that label before in all my years using the app. I hit play without thinking much of it. That's when everything changed. The recording was about 20 seconds long. It started with some rustling sounds like bed sheets moving. Then, and I still get chills typing this, there were voices, multiple voices. There was my voice, kind of slurry and sleepy, saying something that sounded like, not yet, or not right. But that wasn't what made my stomach drop. There was another voice, a man's voice, clear as day, low and sort of hushed, saying, "She's still asleep. Check the other room." Then a third voice, also male but higher pitched, responded with something I couldn't make out completely, but it ended with, "Time we have." The recording ended with more rustling sounds. I sat frozen in my bed, my finger hovering over the replay button. My first thought was that it must be a glitch. Maybe the app picked up audio from a video I was watching before bed, but I hadn't watched anything. Maybe sounds from a neighboring apartment, but the voices were too clear, too close to my phone, which sits right next to my head on my nightstand. With shaking hands, I checked my door lock app. The log showed the door had been locked since 7:20 the previous evening and hadn't been opened until I got up that morning. My windows were all closed and locked. I'm on the 4th floor anyway. I replayed the recording 5 more times, my heart pounding harder with each listen. Those voices were in my room, standing near enough to my bed that my phone picked them up clearly while I was asleep, alone. In my locked apartment, I immediately called in sick to work and spent the day in a daze, checking and rechecking my locks, looking for signs of intrusion. There were none. No forced entry, nothing missing, no furniture moved, nothing that would suggest anyone had been there. I checked the building's security footage with the property manager. The hallway camera showed no one entering or leaving my apartment all night. The building's main entrance log showed no unusual activity. That night I couldn't bring myself to stay in the apartment. I packed an overnight bag and went to a hotel where I barely slept. I kept replaying the recording, trying to find some rational explanation. I've since had my locks changed, installed a security camera inside my apartment, and even had a maintenance person check the vents and closets for any possible way someone could get in. Nothing. The thing that disturbs me most is what the voices said. "She's still asleep. Check the other room." I live in a 1-bedroom apartment. There is no other room except the bathroom and a small walk-in closet. What were they looking for, and why didn't they take anything? I've tried to convince myself it was just a weird app glitch, maybe picking up a podcast I listened to days ago and somehow inserting it into that night's recordings. But the sleep cycle support team confirmed that's not how the app works. It only records live audio during sleep, not stored media. It's been 4 weeks now. I still sleep with the lights on and a chair propped against my bedroom door. I've started looking at new apartments, but I can't shake the feeling that it wouldn't matter where I move. The worst part is the uncertainty. If someone broke in, how did they get past my locks without leaving a trace? The building manager assured me no one else has a key or fob access to my unit. There's no evidence anyone climbed in through a window. Again, 4th floor, with no balcony or fire escape nearby. I've considered every explanation I can think of. Sleep paralysis? But that wouldn't explain actual recorded voices. Carbon monoxide? I bought a detector immediately after this happened. Levels normal. A neighbor's conversation somehow picked up through the walls. But the voices were crystal clear, not muffled. Sleepwalking and having a conversation with myself in different voices, that seems impossible, and wouldn't explain the third voice. I've always been a rational person. I don't believe in ghosts or anything supernatural, but this experience has shaken me to my core. I find myself jumping at every noise in my apartment. Last night, I heard the floorboards creak in the hallway and nearly had a panic attack. I've started seeing a therapist who suggested the recording could be some kind of auditory hallucination that the app somehow picked up. But that makes no sense to me. How could my phone record something that wasn't actually there? I've even gone down the rabbit hole of researching if someone could have hacked my phone remotely and played audio through it that the app then recorded. It seems far-fetched, but almost more believable than strangers physically being in my locked apartment. Last week, I had a friend stay over, hoping it would help me feel safer. I showed her the recording. She listened to it 3 times and agreed. Those were definitely different people talking in my room that night. She stayed with me for 2 nights, and nothing unusual happened, but she couldn't stay longer. I've installed a motion-activated camera that uploads footage to the cloud, plus a secondary door alarm. I even got a baseball bat that I keep beside my bed now, but none of these security measures have helped me sleep better. Some nights I lie awake until dawn just listening. Other nights I take sleeping pills just to get a few hours of rest. But I hate how groggy they make me feel, like I wouldn't wake up if something happened. The most disturbing thought keeps circling in my mind. What if they've been in my apartment before? What if they come back? The recording caught them on just 1 night, but who knows how many times they might have been there without being recorded. I've searched online forums for similar experiences, which is how I found this community. Has anyone else experienced something like this? A recording of unexplained voices in their home, intruders who leave no trace? I know how this sounds. If someone had told me this story a month ago, I'd have assumed they were exaggerating or misinterpreting something ordinary. But I know what I heard. Those voices were real. They were in my bedroom, and I have no explanation for how they got there or what they wanted. I'm writing this from a cafe because I still don't feel comfortable in my apartment. I haven't deleted the recording. It feels like the only proof I have that I'm not losing my mind. But every time I listen to it, that cold dread washes over me again. She's still asleep. Check the other room. What other room? What were they looking for? And most importantly, how did they get in? I'm not sure what I'm hoping for by sharing this. Validation, advice, similar experiences. All I know is that my sense of safety has been completely shattered, and I don't know how to get it back. I'll update if anything else happens, but right now, I'm just trying to make it through each day, and especially each night, without falling apart. Story 5. Ivy never told this story online before. I've barely told it to anyone at all. There's something about typing it out that makes it more real than just thinking about it, which I've done pretty much every day for the past 20 years. I was 12 when it happened, living in Ridgemont Hills, one of those cookie-cutter suburbs where every third house looks exactly the same, and you could walk for blocks without seeing a single person after 9 p.m. My mum, my older brother Ethan and I had moved there about 2 years before. Dad wasn't in the picture anymore. It was summer break, early August, the kind of hot where the air feels heavy even at night. I remember it was a Tuesday because Mum had worked late at the hospital and Ethan had spent the evening playing video games before crashing around 11. I couldn't sleep. I had pretty bad insomnia back then, so I was just lying in bed staring at the glow-in-the-dark stars on my ceiling. That's when I felt it, around 2 in the morning. This weird feeling in my chest, like someone was tugging on my insides. I know that sounds dramatic, but it wasn't painful. Just this overwhelming urge to go outside, like when you suddenly remember you left something important in your backyard. Except I hadn't forgotten anything. I got up and looked out my window. The streetlights were on, making everything look orange. Nothing seemed different, but that feeling wouldn't go away. I put on my sneakers, grabbed the house key from the hook by the back door, and slipped outside. The air was warm and sticky. Crickets were chirping. Normal summer night stuff. But then I heard it. This faint beeping sound coming from a few streets over, and there was something else too. A kind of pulsing light, reflecting off the tops of houses down on Maple Street, which connects to our cul-de-sac. I started walking toward it, not even thinking about how weird it was for me to be outside alone at 2 a.m. The closer I got, the stronger the beeping became. A rhythmic pattern that wasn't like any car alarm or house security system I'd ever heard. 3 short beeps, 1 long pause, repeat, and the light was getting brighter. This bluish-white glow that made the street signs and mailboxes cast sharp shadows. When I reached the corner of Pine and Maple, I froze. At the end of Maple Street, in the little circular part of the cul-de-sac, there was, I don't even know how to describe it without sounding crazy, a disc-shaped object, maybe 20 or 30 feet across, hovering about 6 feet off the ground. It looked exactly like what you'd think of if someone said flying saucer, circular, metallic, with a raised dome in the center and these pulsing lights around the rim that shifted from blue to green to white. I remember my mouth going completely dry. My hands were shaking so bad I had to shove them in my pockets. The thing was just sitting there, rotating slowly, making that beeping noise. The weird part was how quiet everything else was. No dogs barking, no car alarms going off, nothing. Just the beeping and this low humming noise coming from the craft. I backed up slowly, then turned and ran all the way home. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. When I got inside, I went straight to Ethan's room and shook him. "Ethan, wake up! There's something outside! You have to come see!" He didn't even stir. I shook him harder, practically yelling in his ear, but it was like he was drugged or something. I'd never seen him sleep that deeply before, so I went to Mum's room. She was sprawled across her bed, still in her scrubs. She must have been exhausted from her shift, but I was freaking out. "Mum! Mum! Wake up! There's a UFO on Maple Street!" She groaned and half opened her eyes. "Mason, go back to bed. It's the middle of the night." "But Mum, I saw it. It's making noises and there are lights." She sat up a little. "It's probably just a transformer on one of the telephone poles. They malfunction sometimes and make weird noises. Go back to bed, honey." "It's not a transformer. It's round and floating and—" "Mason." That was her no-nonsense voice. "It's 2:30 in the morning. We'll check it out tomorrow if you're still worried. Now go to bed." I knew that tone. There was no arguing with it. But I also knew what I'd seen wasn't a telephone transformer. As soon as she rolled over, I went back to my room, but I didn't get in bed. I stood at my window, staring in the direction of Maple Street. I could still see a faint glow reflecting off the clouds above. Then I did something I still can't believe. I went back outside. I know, it sounds insane, but I had to see it again to make sure I wasn't imagining things. The pull was even stronger now, like I couldn't help myself. I walked more slowly this time, staying close to the houses, ready to hide if I needed to. When I got to the corner again, it was still there. The saucer, I mean. Except now it had lowered closer to the ground, and the lights were spinning faster. What struck me most was that every house on Maple Street had lights on inside, like everyone was awake. But nobody was outside looking at this impossible thing hovering in their neighborhood. Not one single person had come out to investigate the lights or the noise. It felt wrong in a way I couldn't explain. I must have stood there for 10 minutes just watching. Then suddenly all the lights on the craft turned bright red at once, and the beeping stopped. The silence was almost worse. I ducked behind Mrs. Abernathy's azalea bushes, my heart racing. The craft started to rise, slowly at first, then faster. It went straight up until it was just a point of light among the stars, and then it was gone. Just like that. I ran home again, locked the door behind me, and went straight to bed. Here's the weird part. I fell asleep instantly. Me, the kid who would lie awake for hours most nights, knocked out cold within seconds of my head hitting the pillow. When I woke up the next morning, I felt normal. Too normal. I went downstairs for breakfast, and Mom asked if I'd had any more dreams about UFOs. I opened my mouth to tell her it wasn't a dream, that I'd really seen something, but the words wouldn't come out. It was like my brain just redirected the conversation. "No," I said. I slept fine. And that was it. I didn't mention it again. Not to Mom, not to Ethan, not to my friends. It was like there was a block in my mind. I'd think about telling someone, get right to the point of bringing it up, and then nothing. I'd start talking about something else entirely. About a week later, I had the second incident. I'd been sleeping soundly, another unusual thing since the UFO night, when I suddenly sat bolt upright in bed. It was 3:17 a.m., according to my alarm clock, and I felt like someone was in my room. "Hello?" I called out, not too loud, because I didn't want to wake Mom or Ethan if it was nothing. No answer, but the feeling got stronger. The air felt different, charged, like right before a thunderstorm. "Hello?" I said again, a little louder this time. "Is someone there?" And then I heard it. A voice that didn't sound human at all. High-pitched, but also metallic, like if you put a tuning fork in a blender. It said very clearly, "Hi." Just that one word, "Hi." But it came from right beside my bed. I couldn't see anything, but I could feel something there. A presence. The air seemed to warp slightly, like looking through heat rising from hot pavement. I think I screamed, or tried to. No sound came out. Then everything went black. When I woke up the next morning, I was tucked in bed like nothing had happened, and again, I felt no urgency to tell anyone. It was like my brain had filed it away in some locked drawer labeled "Do Not Discuss." Life went on. I started 7th grade that fall, made new friends. The memories of that night faded a bit, but never completely went away. I'd have nightmares sometimes, dreams where I was floating above my bed while shadowy figures stood around me. I'd wake up with my heart pounding, but couldn't remember the details. It wasn't until I was in college, around 1998, when the internet became a thing in our house, that I started looking into it. I was home for summer break and decided to search for UFO sightings Ridgemont Hills on our painfully slow dial-up connection. What I found made my blood run cold. There were 3 separate reports from August 3rd, 1989, the exact date of my sighting. One from a truck driver passing through on Route 12, who described seeing a disc-shaped craft with unusual lighting patterns hovering over the southern part of town around 2 a.m. Another from a woman who lived on the next street over from Maple, who reported strange lights and electronic beeping sounds that woke her up, but she fell back asleep immediately after looking out her window. But the third report is what convinced me I wasn't crazy. It was from Officer James Brenner of the Ridgemont Hills Police Department. He was on patrol that night and reported seeing an unidentified aerial phenomenon with structured appearance and technological characteristics over the residential area near Maple Street. He followed up with a formal report, including a sketch that looked exactly like what I'd seen. The report noted that Officer Brenner attempted to approach the area, but found himself inexplicably turning his patrol car around and driving in the opposite direction. When he tried to radio it in, his equipment malfunctioned. The next day, he filed his report, but was quickly reassigned to traffic duty on the other side of town. I've spent years trying to find explanations for what happened that night. Why did I feel compelled to go outside? Why couldn't I wake my family? Why didn't anyone else in the neighborhood investigate? And why couldn't I talk about it afterward? I still live in Ridgemont Hills, bought a house not far from my mum's place after college. Sometimes I drive down Maple Street late at night and park at that cul-de-sac, just sitting there waiting, wondering if they'll come back. Wondering what they wanted with our quiet little neighborhood, with me. And sometimes when I'm alone in my house at night, I'll say, "Hello?" out loud, just to make sure nothing answers back. Story 6. I still can't explain what happened that summer in 2018. Most days I try not to think about it, but sometimes when I'm driving country roads at dusk, it all comes flooding back. I've never told this story publicly before, but maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can help make sense of it. I was 22 then, working as a delivery driver for Domino's in a small town east of Dallas. Not glamorous work, but it paid my bills while I figured out what to do with my life. The rural delivery routes could be boring, lots of farmland, long stretches of nothing and houses set far back from the road, but I knew those back roads like the back of my hand after driving them for almost a year. The weird stuff started on a Tuesday evening in July. It was hot as hell, even at 7 in the evening, and I had a stack of deliveries to make before my shift ended at 10. I was taking County Road 437, a route I'd driven 3 times already that day. It's mostly flat farmland with a few gentle hills. I crested this one small hill I'd driven over countless times, and that's when I saw it, a burnt-out house standing in what I knew was an empty field. I slowed down, thinking maybe I was confused about which field it was. But no, this was definitely Mr. Garrison's soybean field. I knew because of the distinct crooked fence post at the corner that looked like it was about to fall over. There had never been a house there. Never. The house looked ancient, charred black beams exposed like ribs, parts of the roof caved in, windows just empty squares of darkness. The kind of place that looks like it burned decades ago and should have been demolished. What really got to me was how it seemed to just appear out of nowhere, standing there like it had always been there. I felt a chill despite the summer heat. As I drove past, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me from one of those empty window frames. I kept glancing in my rearview mirror, seeing the house get smaller in the distance until I turned the corner. I made my delivery to the Johnsons, about 3 miles down the road. Nice family. They always tipped well. That night I lingered longer than usual, making small talk about their kids' baseball games, asking about their garden, anything to delay going back down that road. Eventually I couldn't stall anymore. On the drive back, my heart was pounding as I approached the spot where I'd seen the burnt house. I slowed down as I came over the hill, already dreading what I might see, but when I looked over at the field, there was nothing, just Mr. Garrison's soybeans stretching out to the tree line in the distance. No house, no burnt timbers, no foundation, nothing to indicate a structure had ever been there. I pulled over and got out of my car, standing on the shoulder and staring at the empty field. The evening was silent except for the distant hum of traffic on the highway and crickets starting to chirp. Everything looked completely normal. I took out my phone and snapped a picture of the empty field, not sure why. Maybe to convince myself later I wasn't losing my mind. That night I barely slept, trying to rationalize what I'd seen. Maybe it was just a weird trick of the light. Maybe I was more tired than I realized. Maybe it was a mirage from the heat rising off the road. The next day I convinced myself it was nothing, but on Thursday it happened again. Different place, different anomaly. I was delivering to a farmhouse way out on Route 19, and I saw what looked like an old-fashioned gas station on a corner where I knew there was just a cattle guard and an old oak tree. It was like something from the 50s, those rounded pumps with the glass tops, faded Texaco sign, the works. By the time I delivered the pizza and came back, it was gone. By the weekend, these sightings were happening almost every shift. An abandoned barn where no barn should be, a small church with a crooked steeple in the middle of a cornfield, a child's playground equipment rusting in an empty lot, all appearing and then disappearing like they were never there. What made it worse was the movement I started noticing along the roadsides, just glimpses from the corner of my eye, shadows darting between trees, something ducking behind a fence post, movement in tall grass where there shouldn't be any, nothing I could ever get a good look at, but enough to keep me constantly on edge. I knew I couldn't tell anyone. Who would believe me? My manager would think I was on drugs. My roommates would say I was making it up for attention. So I kept quiet and kept delivering pizzas, taking the main roads whenever possible, even if it meant longer delivery times. After about 2 weeks of this, I was at my wit's end. I couldn't sleep. I jumped at every shadow. I was considering quitting my job just to avoid those roads. That's when Ryan, one of my buddies from high school who worked at the same Domino's, offered to ride with me after our shift ended at 10. He thought I was just spooked from driving the dark country roads alone and wanted to keep me company. I didn't tell him about the vanishing buildings or the movements in the shadows. I just said thanks and accepted his offer. Looking back, I wish I hadn't let him come along. It was a Sunday night in early August. We'd finished our shifts, and I was driving us home in my beat-up Honda Civic. We were taking a shortcut through the back roads that would save us about 15 minutes compared to the highway route. Everything seemed normal at first. We were just two guys shooting the breeze, talking about the Cowboys preseason and whether this new girl at work was interested in Ryan. Then my GPS started acting weird. The screen kept zooming in and out, and the automated voice started spamming directions. Turn right, recalculating. Make a U-turn, recalculating. Over and over. Ryan laughed it off, saying the cell service out here was garbage. But then my headlights started flickering, and the dashboard lights dimmed and brightened randomly. Dude, you need to get your alternator checked, Ryan said. But I could hear the unease in his voice. I slowed down, worried my car was about to die and leave us stranded. We were on County Road 218, a route I didn't take often. It was darker than usual, no moonlight, No distant yard lights from farmhouses, just pitch black beyond my headlights. Without really thinking about it, I turned down a side road I didn't recognize, hoping to find a main road, or at least a house where we could ask for help if my car died. The road was unmarked, just a narrow strip of asphalt barely wide enough for one car. As we went deeper, the trees on either side grew thicker, creating a tunnel effect. "You sure this is right?" Ryan asked, peering through the windshield. Before I could answer, the car lurched and then stopped dead. The engine was still running, but we weren't moving. I pressed the gas, and the wheels spun uselessly. When I opened my door and looked down, I realized with horror that what had appeared to be solid road had given way beneath us. We were stuck, hub-deep in thick, clay-like mud. "What the hell?" Ryan said, getting out on his side. "This doesn't even look like a real road anymore." He was right. What had seemed like asphalt in the dark now looked more like a tractor path through a field, muddy and rutted. But I swear it had been a paved road when we turned onto it. We tried pushing the car, but it was hopeless. The mud had us completely stuck. I checked my phone. No signal, of course. Ryan's was the same. "Let's walk back to the main road," I suggested. "Maybe we'll get signal, or we can flag down another car." Ryan agreed, though neither of us was thrilled about walking these back roads in the dark. We turned on our phone flashlights and started walking, keeping the beams pointed ahead and occasionally behind us. That's when the feeling started, that prickling sensation on the back of your neck when you know someone's watching you. I kept turning around, sweeping my light across the trees, but seeing nothing. "You feel that?" I whispered to Ryan. "Feel what?" he asked, but the way his voice trembled told me he felt it too. We picked up our pace, walking faster down the muddy path. After about 5 minutes, Ryan suddenly grabbed my arm. "There's something back there," he hissed. "I just saw it cross the road behind us." I spun around, pointing my light, but the beam only reached about 30 feet before fading into darkness. "What did you see?" "I don't know. Something big, moving fast." His voice was tight with fear. We started walking even faster, almost jogging now. The mud sucked at our shoes, making each step an effort. That's when I saw them. 3 pairs of eyes reflecting our flashlight beams from up ahead. They were low to the ground at first, like an animal's eyes, but as I took a step back, they rose up to about human height. My blood turned to ice. Those eyes weren't right. They reflected the light like a deer's would, but they were positioned like a person standing upright, and they were spaced too far apart to be any animal I knew. "Ryan," I whispered, "do you see?" But when I looked again, the eyes were gone. Vanished, like they'd never been there at all. "We need to run," I said, not caring anymore if I sounded crazy. "Now." We ran, slipping and sliding in the mud, our phone lights bouncing wildly. I don't know how long we ran, maybe 5 minutes, maybe 15, but suddenly we hit a fence. It was tall, at least 8 feet, with barbed wire on top and "no trespassing" signs every few feet. Some even said, "Trespassers will be shot" in faded red letters. "Where the hell are we?" Ryan gasped, out of breath. I shined my light in both directions along the fence line. It stretched as far as I could see. "I don't know, man. I don't recognize any of this." That's when the horrible truth hit us. We'd have to go back toward my car, back toward whatever was out there watching us. The walk back was the longest of my life. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves had us freezing in place, pointing our lights into the darkness. The feeling of being watched intensified with each step. It wasn't just a feeling anymore. I could swear. I felt breath on the back of my neck. Several times I spun around, certain I'd catch something right behind me, but there was never anything there. Ryan kept muttering under his breath, mostly curses and prayers mixed together. I didn't blame him. I was doing the same thing in my head. When we finally saw the outline of my car in the distance, I almost cried with relief. We called AAA from my car, and miraculously, The call went through despite our phones showing no signal bars. They said a tow truck would be there in about an hour. That hour, waiting in the car, was pure torture. We locked the doors and kept the engine running for light, but the feeling of being surrounded was overwhelming. Something kept brushing against the car, making it rock slightly. We'd shine our lights out the windows, but see nothing. When the tow truck finally arrived, its headlights swept across the area as it approached. That's when I saw them. 3 figures standing at the edge of the trees. They were humanoid, but wrong somehow. Too tall, too thin, with greyish skin that looked almost bark-like in texture. They were naked, but not human naked, more like animals without fur. Before I could get a better look, they darted into the trees with inhuman speed. I didn't point them out to Ryan. He was already freaked out enough, and honestly, I wasn't sure if what I'd seen was real or my terrified brain playing tricks on me. The tow truck driver was a burly guy named Mike, who didn't seem fazed by our situation. "Y'all took a wrong turn, huh? This ain't even a county road. It's an old logging trail. Nobody's used it in years." He winched my car onto the flatbed, then paused, running his flashlight along the sides of my Honda. "You guys hit a fence or something? Got some nasty scratches here. Looks like barbed wire damage." Ryan and I looked at each other. The car had been pristine when we left it. Now deep scratches ran along both sides, like something had been circling it, clawing at the metal. "Must have happened when we got stuck," I mumbled, not believing my own words. On the ride back to town, Mike tried to make conversation, but Ryan and I were too shaken to respond with more than one-word answers. When he dropped us off at my place, Ryan immediately called an Uber to take him home, despite my offer to let him crash on my couch. "I just need to get home, man," he said, not meeting my eyes. We never talked about that night again. 2 weeks later, he quit Domino's and moved to Houston. I quit too, not long after. Found a day job at a warehouse where I never have to drive rural roads after dark. I still live in the same town, but I take the highway everywhere, even if it means an extra 30 minutes of driving. To this day, I can't explain what happened. Was it mass hallucination, some kind of shared delusion brought on by exhaustion, or is there something out there in the East Texas backwoods that most people never encounter? All I know is that sometimes, when I'm driving at dusk and pass an empty field, I do a double take, half expecting to see a structure that shouldn't be there. And I never, ever stop my car on unfamiliar roads after dark. Story 7. I still can't shake what happened 3 months ago. My husband thinks I'm overreacting, but I know what I saw. I've tried talking about it with friends, but most of them just give me that look. You know the one. Like they think I'm either making it up or need professional help. So I thought maybe writing it down here might help, since you guys seem to understand these things better than most. It was a Thursday evening in November, just an ordinary night at our place in Ravenwood. We've lived in this tri-level house for about 6 years now. It's nothing fancy, built in the 80s with that typical split-level design. The main floor has the living room and kitchen, then half a flight up are the kids' bedrooms, and another half flight up is our master bedroom and bathroom. That night, Daniel and I were on the couch watching some crime documentary on Netflix. Our kids, Emma, who's 9, and Liam, who's 5, had gone to bed about an hour before. It was around 10:30, and I was getting sleepy but didn't want to leave Daniel alone since he'd had a rough day at work. The house was quiet except for the TV, and we had a small lamp on in the corner of the living room, plus the glow from the kitchen light we always leave on. We also keep a nightlight at the top of the stairs, because Liam sometimes gets up to use the bathroom, and we don't want him tripping in the dark. So the staircase was dimly lit. Not bright, but definitely not pitch black either. You could easily see anyone coming down. I was curled up against Daniel's side, half watching the show and half scrolling through my phone, when something made me look up. I don't know if it was a movement or a sound, or just that weird feeling you get when someone's watching you. But I glanced toward the stairs and froze. There was something coming down our stairs. My whole body went cold. Daniel was facing the TV with his back to the stairs, completely oblivious, but I could see it clearly. It was tall and impossibly thin, almost stretched looking, like someone had grabbed a normal human by the head and feet and pulled. Its limbs were all wrong, especially the legs. The knees bent in a way that human knees just don't bend, like they could flex backward or sideways. The thing had one hand on the banister, gripping it in a way that reminded me of how Liam comes down the stairs. Careful, deliberate, but this wasn't careful because of childish uncertainty. This was something else. It was like it was trying to mimic human movement, but didn't quite understand how we work. Each step was exaggerated, too precise, like it was following instructions on how to walk like a human, but overdoing it. The worst part, though, God, I still get goosebumps thinking about it, was its face, or rather the complete lack of one. Where features should have been was just a blank white surface, not like a mask, more like someone had erased everything that makes a face. A face. No eyes, no nose, no mouth, just smooth whiteness. As I stared at it, the strangest sensation came over me. It felt like someone had thrown a heavy blanket over my perception, like the thing was trying to cloud my mind or hide itself. I can't explain it better than that. It was like it was projecting some kind of "don't notice me" field, but it hadn't worked completely on me, and I absolutely knew with every fiber of my being that I couldn't let this thing get behind me. That thought pounded in my head, "Don't let it behind you, don't turn your back on it." I jumped up from the couch, startling Daniel, and backed away until I hit the wall opposite the stairs. I couldn't take my eyes off the thing, but I managed to gasp out, "There's someone on the stairs!" Daniel turned around fast, already half standing, ready to protect our home, but his posture changed immediately. He looked confused, scanning the staircase. "What? Where? I don't see anyone." But it was right there, still descending, about halfway down now. How could he not see it? The thing paused when Daniel spoke, its blank face turning slightly in his direction. Then it continued its awkward descent, those wrong-jointed legs bending at unnatural angles with each step. "There!" I pointed, my voice rising. "Right there, coming down now. How can you not see it?" Daniel looked at me with genuine concern. "Liv, there's nobody there. The stairs are empty." I started shaking my head frantically. No, it's right there. It's wearing clothes." And it was, though now that I was trying to describe them, I realized I couldn't quite focus on what kind of clothes, just that it wasn't naked. The details kept slipping away when I tried to concentrate on them, like trying to remember a dream that fades as you wake up. Daniel came over to me, looking really worried now. He put his hands on my shoulders, forcing me to look at him instead of the stairs. "Honey, there's nothing there. Maybe you dozed off for a second and had a dream." The moment I took my eyes off the thing to look at Daniel, I felt a spike of pure terror. I shoved past him to look back at the stairs, and the entity was gone, completely vanished. But I hadn't heard it go back up, and it hadn't reached the bottom yet. It had just disappeared. I ran to the bottom of the stairs and looked up, then checked all around the living room and kitchen. Nothing. But the feeling of wrongness lingered in the air, like the atmosphere itself had been contaminated. It was there, Daniel. I swear to God it was there. My voice was shaking so badly I could barely get the words out. Daniel was trying to be supportive, but I could see he thought I'd fallen asleep and had a nightmare. He checked the locks on all the doors and windows anyway, then went upstairs to make sure the kids were okay. They were both sound asleep in their beds. I couldn't sleep that night. I sat on the couch with all the lights on, jumping at every creak and groan of our old house settling. Daniel stayed up with me for a while, but eventually he needed to sleep since he had an early meeting the next day. He tried to coax me to bed, but I refused to go upstairs. I spent the whole night on the couch, watching those stairs. The next morning, exhausted and strung out from fear and lack of sleep, I tried to convince myself that maybe Daniel was right. Maybe I had dozed off. But I know what I saw wasn't a dream. It was too vivid, too detailed, and the fear was too real. Over breakfast, I noticed Emma was unusually quiet. When Daniel left for work, I asked her if everything was okay. "I had a bad dream," she said, pushing her cereal around the bowl. "There was a tall man in my room last night, but his face was all smooth." My blood turned to ice. I hadn't told the kids anything about what I'd seen. "What do you mean, smooth?" "Like no eyes or mouth or anything, just blank." She shrugged like it wasn't a big deal. "He was standing in the corner watching me, but when I sat up, he went away. I nearly threw up right there at the kitchen table." Liam chimed in then, saying he'd heard someone walking in the hallway really late, but he was too scared to look. He thought it was just me or Daniel checking on them. When Daniel got home that evening, I told him what the kids had said. He looked troubled, but still tried to rationalize it. "Kids pick up on your energy, Liv. You were scared last night, and they probably sensed that Emma might have overheard us talking. But I never described what I saw to you," I insisted. "I just said there was someone on the stairs. How would she know about the face?" That gave him pause, but he still wasn't convinced. Daniel's always been the skeptical type. He's never experienced anything supernatural in his life, and has always been able to find logical explanations for the weird things that sometimes happen to me. Because this isn't my first encounter with something unexplainable. When I was 12, I saw my grandmother standing at the foot of my bed the night she died, even though she was in a hospital 200 miles away. In college, my roommate and I both heard someone calling my name from an empty bathroom, and just last year, I watched a shadow person dart across our backyard in broad daylight. Daniel knows about these incidents, but has always helped me rationalize them away. This time was different, though. I couldn't shake what I'd seen, and now the kids were involved too. Over the next few weeks, things escalated. Liam started refusing to go to bed alone. Emma said she kept hearing whispers coming from her closet. Both kids began sleeping with their lights on. I absolutely would not use the stairs after dark unless Daniel was with me. I started feeling watched all the time, especially when I was alone in the house during the day. Small things began to disappear, only to show up in strange places. Emma's favorite stuffed rabbit vanished from her bed and appeared 3 days later in the back of the pantry. My car keys went missing and turned up inside a potted plant. Daniel's expensive watch disappeared from the nightstand and was found in the freezer. The tension in the house became unbearable. Daniel was trying to be supportive, but I could tell he thought we were all feeding into each other's fears and creating problems that weren't really there. But then things got worse. One night, about 3 weeks after my first sighting, I woke up around 3 in the morning, needing to use the bathroom. Daniel was fast asleep beside me. I was still half asleep myself and forgot my fear of the stairs for a moment. I stumbled to the bathroom, used the toilet, and was washing my hands when I looked up at the mirror. It was standing behind me, the same faceless, elongated figure, its blank white face hovering above my shoulder in the mirror's reflection. Those wrong-jointed limbs bent at impossible angles. It wasn't moving, just standing there, as if watching me through eyes it didn't have. I screamed so loud my throat hurt instantly. I spun around, but nothing was there. The bathroom was empty. Daniel came running, and the kids started crying in their rooms. The house erupted into chaos. Daniel flipped on every light, checked every room, every closet, under every bed. Nothing. But this time, he didn't try to tell me I was dreaming. He'd heard the raw terror in my scream and knew something had genuinely frightened me. We spent the rest of that night together in the living room, all 4 of us huddled on the pull-out couch. In the morning, Daniel called a friend who was into paranormal stuff. The friend came over with sage and went through some cleansing ritual in every room of the house. I'm not sure I believe in that kind of thing, but I was desperate enough to try anything. The cleansing seemed to help for about a week. Things calmed down. The kids stopped complaining about noises, and I didn't see the entity again. We started to relax, thinking whatever it was had moved on. Then last month, I was home alone doing laundry in the basement. Our washer had been acting up, stopping mid-cycle, so I went down to check on it. I was sorting through a pile of clothes when I felt that same sensation, like a heavy blanket being draped over my perception. The air got thick and hard to breathe. Slowly, I turned around. It was standing at the bottom of the basement stairs, closer than it had ever been before. Its limbs seemed even longer, more distorted. The blank face was tilted slightly, as if in curiosity. It took one step toward me, those wrong knees bending in that nauseating way. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I was paralyzed with a level of fear I didn't know was possible. As it took another step, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. The clothes it wore seemed to shift and change, like they couldn't decide what they were. One moment they looked like a suit, the next like pajamas, then like something else entirely. It raised one impossibly long arm, reaching toward me. Its fingers were too thin, too numerous. Were there 6 fingers? 7? I couldn't tell because they seemed to multiply as I watched. Just as it was about to touch me, the washing machine buzzed loudly, signaling the end of its cycle. The sound broke whatever hold the thing had on me. I bolted past it, taking the stairs 2 at a time, not looking back. I ran straight out the front door and didn't stop until I reached my neighbor's house. I refused to go back home until Daniel returned from work. When I told him what happened, he finally stopped trying to rationalize everything. He called his paranormal expert friend again, who brought someone else this time, an older woman who claimed to be sensitive to spirits. This woman walked through our house, pausing often, her face grim. When she reached the spot on the stairs where I'd first seen the entity, she stopped completely and wouldn't go any further. She told us our home had a visitor, not a ghost, she emphasized, but something else, something that had never been human, something that was interested in us, particularly in me and the children, because we could sense it. It's studying you, she said, learning from you, mimicking you. That's why it comes down the stairs like your son. That's why its clothes keep changing. It's trying different forms, different appearances, to see which works best. Works best for what? Daniel asked, his skepticism finally completely gone. The woman looked uncomfortable. To blend in, to pass as one of you. We had the house blessed by a priest the next day. We hung protective symbols recommended by the sensitive woman. We set up cameras in every room, hoping to catch evidence of the entity. But the cameras never show anything, even when one of us sees it. And we all have seen it now. Even Daniel finally caught a glimpse of it standing in our bedroom doorway one night. The difference is, he only saw it for a split second before it vanished. The kids and I see it longer, more clearly. It's been 3 months since that first sighting, and we still don't know what to do. We've discussed moving, but as the sensitive woman pointed out, there's no guarantee it wouldn't follow us. It seems attached to us, not the house. Just last night, I woke up to find Liam standing by my side of the bed, staring at me with wide eyes. "What's wrong, buddy?" I whispered, not wanting to wake Daniel. "The no-face man was in my room again," he said. "He was standing by my bed, trying to talk." "Trying to talk?" I sat up, fully awake now. "What do you mean?" Liam's little face scrunched up. His face was moving, like something was pushing from inside, trying to make a mouth. I pulled him into bed with us and held him until he fell asleep. I didn't sleep at all. Whatever this thing is, it's still here. It's still watching us, and I think it's learning, evolving, becoming better at its mimicry. The thought that keeps me up at night isn't just that it's here. It's what happens when it finally perfects its disguise. When the face that was blank starts to show features, when we can no longer tell it apart from the people we love. Story 8. I've been thinking about whether I should even post this. but I need to tell someone who won't immediately think I'm losing my mind. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened last night, and honestly, I'm a bit freaked out. I live with my boyfriend and our 2 dogs in Brookside, on the top floor of our apartment building. We've been here about a year and a half now. It's nothing fancy, just a 1-bedroom with a decent kitchen and a small balcony where the dogs can sunbathe. I've always felt safe here until recently, so last night, Tuesday night, was pretty normal. I had gotten home from work around 6, made dinner while my boyfriend walked the dogs, and then we spent the evening watching that new Netflix documentary everyone's talking about. I had my glasses on instead of my contacts because my eyes were feeling tired from staring at a computer screen all day. We headed to bed around 10. My boyfriend fell asleep almost immediately. He always does, which I'm jealous of. But I was having one of those nights where my brain just wouldn't shut off. You know how it is, thinking about that awkward thing I said during a work meeting 3 years ago, wondering if I paid the electric bill, mentally rearranging furniture. I was just lying there, staring at the ceiling in the dark. That's when it happened. I suddenly got this overwhelming feeling that someone was watching me. Not just a random paranoia, but this intense, skin-crawling certainty. The feeling was coming from the doorway that leads to our bathroom. Our bedroom layout is weird. The bathroom connects directly to the bedroom with just an open doorway, no actual door. I couldn't see anything in the darkness, but I swear something was there, staring at me. I froze. I didn't want to wake my boyfriend because what would I even say? I think someone's watching us, but I can't see them. So I just lay there, completely still, barely breathing. The feeling got so intense that I actually braced myself, like physically tensed up, because I was convinced whatever was watching me was about to reach out and touch me. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might wake my boyfriend. After what felt like forever, but was probably only a few minutes, the feeling gradually faded. I still couldn't fall asleep for at least another hour, but eventually, exhaustion won out. My alarm went off at 5:15 the next morning for the gym. I stumbled to the bathroom, half asleep, and opened a fresh pack of daily contacts. I'm blind as a bat without them. Like, seriously can't see my hand in front of my face blind. I put them in, got dressed, and headed out. Our dogs barely stirred. They're used to me leaving early. The whole day at work was normal. I didn't even think about the weird feeling from the night before. Just a typical Wednesday with too many meetings and not enough coffee. When I got home that evening, I went to the bathroom to take out my contacts, like I always do. I reached for my contact case on the counter. It's this pink one I've had forever. Both sides were closed with their lids on, which was already weird because I distinctly remembered opening a fresh pair of dailies that morning, not using old ones from my case. But when I touched the left side of the case, something felt off. It felt gooey on the outside, almost sticky. I opened it, expecting to find contact solution, but instead, it was 3/4 filled with this thick balm. It looked exactly like Aquaphor, but was some off-brand version I'd never seen before. The consistency was like petroleum jelly, completely filling most of the small container. I stood there, contacts still in my eyes, just staring at this stuff in my contact case. Then I opened the right side, and it contained regular contact solution with an old lens floating in it, probably one I'd forgotten about from whenever I last used this case. That's when 2 distinct memories hit me at once. First, the feeling of being watched the night before came rushing back, that intense certainty that something was standing in that bathroom doorway, staring at me. Second, I suddenly remembered seeing an open tube of some off-brand Aquaphor-type balm on the bathroom counter that morning when I came back from the gym. I didn't think anything of it at the time. I just assumed my boyfriend had used it. But now I realized neither of us owns anything like that. I've never bought that product, and my boyfriend definitely hasn't either. I called him into the bathroom right away. "Did you put this in my contact case?" I asked, showing him the balm. He looked as confused as I felt. "What even is that?" he asked. He had no idea where it came from or how it got there. We checked our bathroom cabinets and drawers. No sign of any tube of balm that it could have come from. We spent the next hour trying to figure out logical explanations. Neither of us has ever sleepwalked before. I'm 26, he's 28. Isn't sleepwalking something that usually starts in childhood, and wouldn't one of us have noticed the other, getting up and squeezing mystery balm into a contact case? Plus, our dogs would have reacted if either of us was moving around at night. They sleep at the foot of our bed, and they're both light sleepers who bark at the slightest unusual noise. They didn't make a peep all night. This isn't even the first weird thing that's happened in this apartment. Twice now, I've heard distinct knocking on the walls in the middle of the night. The first time, I convinced myself it was just the building settling or pipes knocking. But the second time, my boyfriend heard it too. 3 clear knocks, like someone using their knuckles, coming from the wall behind our headboard. The thing is, none of the walls in our bedroom are shared with other units. We're on the top floor, and that particular wall faces the outside of the building. There's literally no one who could be knocking from the other side unless they were somehow suspended 4 stories up. I'm really trying to come up with a rational explanation, but I'm at a loss. Did I unknowingly get up in the middle of the night, find some balm I don't own, and put it in my contact case? Did my boyfriend do it as a weird prank and is now gaslighting me? He's not the pranking type at all, and I can always tell when he's lying. Did someone break in just to mess with my contact case and leave a random tube of balm that disappeared later? None of these explanations make any sense. And that feeling of being watched, I can't shake it. It felt so real, so threatening, like whatever was watching me was just waiting for the right moment. Last night, I made my boyfriend check every closet, under the bed, behind the shower curtain, everywhere, before we went to sleep. I even put a chair against the front door, which he thought was overkill, but he didn't argue. I slept with the bathroom light on. This morning everything was normal. No balm, no weird feelings, no knocking. But now I'm dreading bedtime again. What if whatever was watching me comes back? What if next time it does more than watch? I know how this sounds. If someone told me this story, I'd probably think they were forgetting something or sleepwalking, or maybe their partner was playing a trick on them. But I know what I experienced. That balm was real. I touched it, smelled it. The feeling of being watched was real too. I've never believed in ghosts or paranormal stuff before, but I'm running out of explanations. Could our apartment be haunted? Is this some kind of weird glitch in reality? Am I losing time without realizing it? The contact case is still sitting on our bathroom counter. I cleaned out the balm and filled both sides with fresh solution, but I keep checking to make sure it stays that way. I'm afraid to use it again, but I'm also afraid to throw it away, like it's evidence of something I can't explain. I don't know what to do. My boyfriend suggested we get a camera to set up in the bedroom, just to see if either of us is sleepwalking. I agreed, but part of me is terrified of what we might see, or worse, what we might not see if something happens again. For now, I'm sleeping with the lights on and keeping my phone within reach. I've started taking pictures of how things are arranged in the bathroom before bed, just so I can check if anything moves during the night. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? Am I overlooking some obvious explanation? I'm not normally paranoid or anxious, but this has me completely on edge. I can't stop thinking about that feeling of being watched and wondering what might have happened if I'd opened my eyes and looked directly at whatever was standing in that doorway. I'll update if anything else happens, but honestly, I'm hoping there's nothing more to report. I just want to go back to feeling safe in my own home. Story 9. I still can't sleep with my back to the door. 23 years later, and I'm still haunted by what happened during that summer sleepover when I was 11. I've never told many people about this, just my husband and my therapist. But I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it. It was the summer of 2000. I was staying at my best friend Lily's house for the weekend. Her family lived in this small, single-story home, in a quiet neighborhood where everyone knew each other. It was the kind of town where people rarely locked their doors at night. Lily's house wasn't anything special, just a modest 3-bedroom with wood paneling and that awful floral wallpaper that was popular in the 90s. We'd spent the evening doing typical sleepover stuff, watching movies, eating too much junk food and telling ghost stories. Lily's 17-year-old brother, Jake, even joined us for a while before heading out to hang with his friends. Their parents were pretty laid back and let Jake stay in the detached garage sometimes, which had been converted into a sort of hangout space with a futon and a TV. We decided to sleep in the living room that night. Lily's mom had set up the U-shaped sectional with blankets and pillows, and we'd convinced Lily's 14-year-old sister, Megan, to join us. I remember feeling so grown up, staying up until almost 1 in the morning watching horror movies we definitely weren't supposed to be watching. I've always been an early riser, even as a kid. That morning I woke up while it was still dark. The digital clock on the VCR read 5:17. Lily was curled up against the armrest on one end of the couch, and Megan was sprawled out on the other section, both of them dead to the world. I laid there for a while, trying to fall back asleep, but it wasn't happening. I watched as the darkness outside gradually shifted to that weird blue-gray light of early dawn. Through the living room window, I could see the sky beginning to lighten. The living room connected to the kitchen through this diner-style pass-through ledge, and I could see the light starting to creep across the kitchen tile. That's when I heard it. 3 distinct knocks on the back door. Not loud, but clear enough that there was no mistaking what I'd heard. Knock, 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 evenly spaced, like someone trying to get someone's attention without waking the whole house. My first thought was that it must be Jake coming back from the garage. Maybe he'd forgotten his key or something. I glanced over at Lily and Megan, but they were still sound asleep. I sat up a bit and looked toward the kitchen. The back door was partially visible through the pass-through, but I couldn't see anyone standing there. I remember my heart starting to beat a little faster, but I wasn't scared yet, just confused. I slipped off the couch, careful not to wake the others, and padded across the living room carpet to the kitchen entrance. The linoleum was cold under my bare feet. I approached the pass-through and peered over into the kitchen. The back door had a large window with white lace curtains that Mrs. Miller had hung up. The dawn light was filtering through them, casting a soft glow on the kitchen counters. I could see the entire back door clearly, and there was definitely no one there. Curiosity got the better of me. I walked into the kitchen and went to the window next to the door. Standing on my tiptoes, I pulled the curtain aside, just enough to peek out into the backyard. The yard was completely empty. The gate to the side yard was closed. Jake's beat-up Walkman was sitting on the patio table, where he'd left it the night before. The garage door was shut tight. I felt a weird tightness in my chest. If Jake had knocked, where did he go in the few seconds it took me to get to the window? And if it wasn't Jake, then who was it? I decided it must have been something else. Maybe a branch hitting the door, or the house settling. That's what adults always said when you heard weird noises, right? I retreated back to the couch, pulling my blanket up to my chin. The clock now read 5:23. I laid there, staring at the ceiling, trying to convince myself that I'd imagined the knocks or that there was some normal explanation. The house was quiet, except for Lily's soft snoring and the distant hum of the refrigerator. Then it happened again. Knock, knock, knock. This time they were slower, more deliberate, more purposeful, and definitely louder than before. I froze. Every muscle in my body tensed up. I could feel my heart pounding against my ribs. I wanted to wake up Lily or Megan, but I couldn't move. I couldn't even call out their names. It was like my voice was stuck in my throat. I managed to turn my head toward the kitchen pass-through. From my position on the couch, I could see part of the back door through the opening. There was no one there, at least no one I could see from that angle. "It's just Jake," I whispered to myself. "He's playing a stupid prank." But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. Jake wouldn't knock and run away twice, and something about those knocks felt wrong. They didn't sound like knuckles on wood. They were too hard, too hollow. I pulled the blanket up higher, covering half my face, leaving just my eyes exposed. I stared at that kitchen pass-through, terrified of what I might see, but unable to look away. The house was completely silent again. 1 minute passed. 2. I started to think that maybe I really had imagined it. The sun was rising higher now, filling the kitchen with golden light. Normal, safe morning light, and then I heard it, a sound that makes my skin crawl even now, thinking about it, a slow, deliberate scraping noise, the unmistakable sound of something with long, hard nails dragging down the wooden back door. Scrape, pause, scrape, pause, scrape. It wasn't loud, but in the silent house, it might as well have been someone screaming in my ear. The sound went on for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds. I couldn't breathe, I couldn't move. I was paralyzed with a kind of fear I'd never experienced before and haven't since. It was pure primal terror. I knew with absolute certainty that whatever was making that noise was not human. Not completely, anyway. I squeezed my eyes shut. I didn't want to see if something came through that door. I didn't want to see what kind of thing had nails that could make that sound. In my mind, I was picturing something tall and thin, with impossibly long fingers ending in sharp, curved claws. Something with eyes that didn't blink, and a smile that was too wide. I laid there, rigid with fear, for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Eventually, I heard Megan shift on the couch and mumble something in her sleep. The sound broke whatever spell had frozen me in place. I managed to pull the blanket completely over my head, curling into a tight ball beneath it. I must have fallen asleep at some point, because the next thing I remember is Lily's mom in the kitchen making pancakes, sunlight streaming through the windows, and the sounds of Saturday morning cartoons that Lily had turned on. When I finally got up the courage to go into the kitchen for breakfast, I couldn't help but stare at that back door. In the cheerful morning light, with Mrs. Miller humming as she flipped pancakes and Lily arguing with Megan about which cartoon to watch next, it seemed impossible that anything frightening had happened there. I almost convinced myself it had been a dream. Almost. But then I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There, on the wooden back door, were 3 faint scratches running vertically down the panel. They looked fresh, the exposed wood lighter than the surrounding paint. Mrs. Miller noticed me staring and followed my gaze. Oh, those scratches must have been that stray cat that's been hanging around. Jake said he saw it on the patio last night. I nodded and accepted a plate of pancakes, but I knew it wasn't a cat. No cat could have made those evenly spaced, perfectly parallel scratches. And no cat knocks 3 times on a door. I didn't say anything about what I'd heard. Who would believe an 11-year-old kid claiming some thing had been trying to get into the house at dawn? They'd say it was just my imagination, fueled by those horror movies we shouldn't have been watching, but I know what I heard. And sometimes, when I wake up unusually early and see that pre-dawn light filtering through my curtains, I find myself listening, waiting, dreading the sound of 3 knocks. I never stayed overnight at Lily's house again. I made up excuses whenever she invited me. Our friendship eventually drifted apart, as childhood friendships often do. But the real reason was that house. I couldn't bring myself to sleep there again. To this day, I don't know what was at that door. I don't know what would have happened if I'd opened it. Would it have taken me? Would it have taken all of us? Or would there have been nothing there at all? Just empty air and the early morning breeze. All I know is that something wanted in. Something that knew how to knock like a person but couldn't quite get it right. Something that thought scratching the door would convince me to open it. And sometimes, in my darkest thoughts, I wonder if it's still out there, still knocking on doors at dawn, still waiting for someone to let it in. Story 10. I've never shared this with anyone outside my closest friends. Even now, typing this makes my hands shake a bit, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it. I'm a pretty avid mountain biker, been riding since I was 15. I live in Colombia, in a small town about 2 hours from Bogota. The mountains here are incredible for riding. Lush, green, challenging trails that most tourists never see. I'm 23 now, and I thought I knew every trail and hidden spot around here. I was so wrong. About 3 months ago, I was exploring some trails near my uncle's property. He owns a decent-sized piece of land that borders what used to be part of a large farm, a haciendita, as we call them here. I've always loved riding there because the terrain is varied and there's always some new path to discover. That day, I decided to check out an area I hadn't fully explored before. It was getting late in the afternoon, maybe around 4, but I figured I had enough light left for a quick reconnaissance. The trail dipped down suddenly into what looked like a ravine, not very wide, maybe 15 meters across, but quite deep. Something about it immediately felt off. The vegetation changed abruptly at the edge of this ravine. While everything around was lush and green, the trees inside the ravine were twisted, with no leaves despite it being spring. Their branches reached up like bony fingers. I stopped my bike and just stared down into it, feeling inexplicably uneasy. That night I mentioned the weird ravine to my uncle during dinner. His expression changed immediately. He put down his fork and told me something that made my skin crawl. According to him, that ravine had been part of the old hacienda from about 150 years ago. The owner had been a brutal man who would punish thieves by hanging them from a specific tree in that ravine. Deserters from his workforce were sometimes shot there. And the worst part, farmer girls were taken there to be raped as punishment for various offenses. My uncle's voice got really quiet when he told me that part of his property, the part that borders the ravine, contains what might be the remains of the hanging tree. He said older people in the area avoid that place completely. They believe the souls of the murdered still linger there. I laughed it off, of course. I'm not superstitious, or at least I wasn't then. But something about his story stuck with me, and I couldn't stop thinking about that ravine. A week later, my friend Miguel came to visit. He's into mountain biking too, and I told him about the cool trails around my uncle's property. I didn't mention the ravine or the story my uncle had told me. I don't know why. Maybe I was embarrassed about being spooked by an old tale, or maybe I wanted to see his reaction without prejudicing him. We rode for hours that day, and I deliberately saved the ravine area for last. When we got there, Miguel immediately stopped, just like I had. "What's down there?" he asked, peering into the ravine. "Let's check it out," I said, trying to sound casual. We left our bikes at the top and began making our way down. The descent wasn't particularly difficult, but with each step, I felt a growing sense of discomfort. The air seemed to get heavier, more oppressive. About 30 meters in, something happened that I still can't explain. It felt like the air around us suddenly became dense, almost solid. I felt pressure from all sides, like I was being squeezed. My body felt impossibly heavy, like I weighed 1,000 tons. My breath caught in my throat, and a wave of pure dread washed over me. I glanced at Miguel and saw his face had gone pale. Without saying a word, we both turned and scrambled back up the slope. We didn't speak until we were back on our bikes and well away from the ravine. "Did you feel that?" Miguel finally asked, his voice shaking slightly. I nodded, like something was pressing on us from all sides. "Yeah, and like watching us," he added. "I've never felt anything like that before." We rode back to my uncle's house in silence. Neither of us wanted to admit how scared we'd been, but we both knew something truly strange had happened. That night, Miguel slept in our guest room, and I went to bed early, exhausted from the day's riding, but also from the unexplainable experience in the ravine. That's when things got even worse. I had what started as a lucid dream. You know, when you know you're dreaming but can't wake up. In the dream, I was back at the ravine, but I was alone this time. It was twilight, and I had only a dim flashlight. For some reason, I felt compelled to go deeper into the ravine than Miguel and I had ventured in real life. The twisted trees seemed to bend toward me as I passed, and the air had that same heavy quality. But instead of turning back, Dream Me kept going. About 50 meters in, I saw something that made my blood freeze. There was a woman standing about 15 feet away. She was wearing a long black dress that seemed to float slightly above the ground. Her face, God, her face is what still haunts me. It looked like a porcelain doll, completely smooth, almost fake, with no expression, just blank dark eyes staring at me. I wanted to run, but couldn't move. The woman began to move toward me, but her feet weren't touching the ground. She just glided. When she reached me, she slowly raised her hand and placed her thumb on my forehead. The sensation was indescribable, like cold fire, burning and freezing at the same time. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. I was completely paralyzed as her blank face began to change. The porcelain skin cracked and withered, transforming into something corpse-like, decayed. And then, worst of all, she smiled. It was a wide, unnatural smile that split her face almost in half. I woke up gasping, my body drenched in cold sweat. My forehead was throbbing with pain, exactly where the woman had touched me in the dream. I scrambled out of bed and ran to the bathroom, flipping on the light to look in the mirror. There, in the center of my forehead, was a small reddish mark, like a slight burn. It hurt when I touched it. I stood there shaking, trying to convince myself it was just a coincidence. Maybe I'd scratched myself in my sleep or something. But deep down, I knew better. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I just sat in bed with the lights on, afraid to close my eyes. When morning finally came, the pain in my forehead hadn't subsided. If anything, it seemed more pronounced, and the mark was more visible. A small, perfectly round spot that looked like a burn. When I saw Miguel at breakfast, he looked as bad as I felt. Dark circles under his eyes, pale skin. "Bad night?" I asked. He nodded. "Nightmares, all fucking night." He didn't elaborate, and I didn't ask, but I did tell him about my dream and showed him the mark on my forehead. He stared at it for a long time, then said, "We need to find out what's going on down there." I knew he was right. As terrified as I was, not knowing seemed worse somehow. We decided to go back to the ravine, but this time in full daylight. We brought water, snacks and our phones with fully charged batteries. Miguel also brought a small cross his grandmother had given him. "Just in case," he said with a nervous laugh. It was around 11 in the morning when we returned to the ravine. In daylight, it should have seemed less threatening, but somehow it didn't. Those twisted, leafless trees still looked wrong against the lush backdrop of the surrounding forest. We descended again, both of us tense and alert. The oppressive feeling returned, but it wasn't as overwhelming as before, maybe because we were expecting it, or maybe because whatever lived there was stronger at dusk. We pushed past the point where we'd turned back before. The ravine deepened and the trees grew denser. About 100 meters in, we found something that made my stomach turn. There was a small clearing with what looked like a makeshift altar or shrine. On it were the heads of several hens, dried blood staining the rock beneath them. Around the altar were empty bottles of whiskey, cigarette butts, and pieces of burned paper. This wasn't ancient history. Someone had been here recently, performing what looked like some kind of ritual. Miguel crossed himself instinctively. "Brujeria," he whispered. "Witchcraft." I wanted to leave immediately, but Miguel insisted on taking a closer look. He approached the altar cautiously while I hung back. As he examined it, I felt a sudden wave of despair wash over me. Not fear this time, but a bone-deep sadness so intense it brought tears to my eyes. I felt like I was drowning in grief and pain that wasn't mine. "We need to go," I choked out. "Now." Miguel must have felt it too, because he didn't argue. We scrambled back up the ravine as fast as we could, not stopping until we reached our bikes. Without discussing it, we rode straight to the small church in town. Neither of us is particularly religious, but it felt like the right place to go. We sat in the back pew for nearly an hour, not talking, just trying to process what we'd experienced. Eventually, an old priest noticed us and came over. I don't know what he saw in our faces, but he sat down beside us and asked if we needed help. I couldn't bring myself to tell him everything, but I mentioned we'd found evidence of witchcraft near my uncle's property. His expression grew serious, and he asked for the exact location. When I described the ravine, he nodded as if confirming something he already knew. "That place has a dark history," he said quietly. "It would be best if you stayed away from it." Before we left, he gave us each a small bottle of holy water. I felt silly taking it, but Miguel thanked him earnestly. Later, Miguel suggested we should each keep the holy water by our beds that night. "I know it sounds stupid," he said, "but what have we got to lose?" I agreed, and that night I placed the little bottle on my nightstand before going to bed. Whether it was the holy water or just exhaustion, I slept without dreams for the first time since visiting the ravine. The mark on my forehead faded after about a week, but I still get a phantom pain there sometimes, especially when I think about the ravine. Miguel went back home the next day, and we've only talked about what happened a few times since then. I haven't been back to the ravine, and I don't plan to. I've asked around town very carefully and learned that local witches do indeed use that place for ceremonies. They believe the negative energy there makes certain spells more powerful. I don't know what happened to us in that ravine. I don't know if it was mass hysteria, or if we somehow tapped into the residual energy of past atrocities, or if something truly supernatural exists there. All I know is that I felt it, I saw it, and somewhere deep in my soul, I know that place is wrong in a way I can't fully explain. The mark on my forehead may be gone, but I'll never forget the cold burning of that woman's thumb, or the way her porcelain face cracked into that terrible smile. Sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I swear I can feel her watching me from the corner of my room, and in those moments I reach for the little bottle of holy water I still keep by my bed, and I pray she stays in my dreams and in that ravine where she belongs. Story 11. I've never really shared this with anyone outside my family, but I need to tell someone who might understand what happened to me. I still get goosebumps thinking about it, and it's been 3 months since that night. Our house has always been different. We moved in when I was 14, and right from the start, things would happen that we couldn't explain. Footsteps in the hallway when everyone was accounted for, items disappearing from one spot and showing up somewhere completely random days later. The occasional shadow glimpsed from the corner of your eye. My parents would joke about our resident ghost, but my mum would sage the house every few months, which told me she wasn't really joking. But we got used to it. It became background noise in our lives, just something that happened in our house, like the way the pipes knocked in winter or how the third stair always creaked. Nothing ever felt threatening. Until that night in January, I'd had a normal day. Went to work, came home, made dinner, watched some Netflix, and headed to bed around 11:30. Nothing unusual in my routine. I hadn't been drinking, hadn't taken any medication, not even cold medicine. And I don't do drugs. I mention this because what happened next was so bizarre that I've racked my brain trying to find some explanation. I was lying in bed scrolling through my phone, getting sleepy, but not quite ready to close my eyes. My room was dark, except for my phone screen, and the house was quiet. My mom was asleep down the hall, and my dad was away on a business trip. That's when it started. First, my eyelids suddenly felt like they weighed 1,000 pounds each. Not the gradual heaviness of falling asleep, but an instant, crushing weight. I thought, wow, I'm more tired than I realized, and was about to put my phone down when I noticed I couldn't move my hand. At first, I wasn't alarmed. Sometimes when you're falling asleep, you get that jerky feeling or momentary stiffness, but this was different. I couldn't move anything. Not my fingers, not my toes, not my lips. Nothing. Then came the numbness. It started at my face. A tingling sensation, like when your foot falls asleep, but more intense. It spread downward like water flowing over me, down my neck, across my shoulders, down my arms, my torso, my legs. Within seconds, I couldn't feel my body at all. It was like I'd been erased from the neck down. The ringing started in my ears. Not a gentle ring, but a piercing metallic screech that blocked out all other sound. I couldn't hear my own breathing. I couldn't hear the familiar creaks of the house. Just this awful, high-pitched noise drilling into my head. And then my vision went. Not gradually darkening like falling asleep, but switching off like someone had flipped a light switch. 1 second I could see the dim outlines of my room, and the next, absolute darkness. Not the darkness of a room at night where you can still make out shapes. This was a complete void. That's when the falling sensation hit me. It felt like I was dropping through my bed, through the floor, through the foundation of the house. Just endlessly falling. My stomach lurched like I was on a roller coaster that only went down. But I never hit bottom. I just kept falling and falling and falling. And the fear, God, the fear. I've been scared before. Car accidents, near misses. That time I thought I saw someone following me home. But this was different. This was primal terror that filled every corner of my consciousness. It wasn't fear of something. It was fear itself, pure and overwhelming. I felt like I was dying, like I was already dead, like I was trapped between worlds. I tried to scream for my mum. I focused every ounce of strength I had on making a sound, any sound. All I managed was this pathetic gurgling rasp that I couldn't even hear over the ringing. I tried to move, to kick, to thrash. Nothing happened. I was completely trapped inside myself. It felt like it went on forever. Though I later realized it was probably only about 5 to 10 minutes. I kept thinking, this is it. I'm having a stroke or an aneurysm. I'm dying right now in my bed, and I can't even call for help. I started trying to control my panic. I couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't see, but I could still think. I focused on my breathing, trying to feel whether I was still breathing at all. Slowly, I began to sense the shallow rise and fall of my chest. I clung to that sensation, focusing on each breath. Gradually, very gradually, the symptoms began to recede. First, the ringing in my ears lessened, becoming more distant. Then, pinpricks of sensation returned to my extremities. First my fingertips, then my hands, feet, arms, legs. The horrible falling sensation slowed and eventually stopped. Finally, my vision began to return. First, just vague shapes, then clearer outlines of my familiar room. When I could move again, I sat bolt upright in bed, gasping for air like I'd been underwater. I was drenched in sweat, my heart hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. My hands were shaking uncontrollably as I reached for my phone to check the time, 11:52. Whatever had happened had lasted about 20 minutes. I was exhausted, physically and emotionally drained like I'd run a marathon. My muscles ached from being tensed for so long. All I wanted was to sleep, but I was terrified of closing my eyes again. What if it happened again? What if next time I didn't come back? But eventually my exhaustion won out. My eyelids grew heavy. Naturally this time, I thought, and I drifted off, only to have the exact same thing happen again. Exactly the same sequence. The sudden heaviness, the spreading numbness, the ringing, the darkness, the falling, the absolute terror. It was like someone had pressed rewind and was making me experience it all over again. The same helplessness, the same struggle to make even the smallest sound, the same gradual return of my senses. When I came out of it the second time, I was crying, full-on sobbing, tears streaming down my face. I turned on every light in my room, grabbed my crucifix from my dresser, and held it tightly. I'm not even particularly religious, but it was my grandmother's, and it felt like protection. I whispered out loud, "I am surrounded by light. Only good energy is welcome here. Whatever you are, you need to leave." I repeated it like a mantra over and over, my voice shaking. I texted my mom, but she's a deep sleeper and had her phone on silent. Despite the lights and the prayers and the fear pumping adrenaline through my system, exhaustion pulled at me again. I fought it as long as I could, pinching myself, walking around my room, splashing cold water on my face. But eventually, I couldn't stay awake any longer, and it happened a third time. Exactly the same. By now I recognized the pattern, but that didn't make it any less terrifying. If anything, knowing what was coming made the fear worse. The heaviness, the numbness, the ringing, the darkness, the falling, the terror, the desperate attempts to move or scream, the gradual return to normal. When I finally broke free of it the third time, I checked my phone with trembling hands. 12:15. All 3 episodes had happened within 45 minutes, though each one felt like an eternity. I didn't sleep again that night. I sat upright in bed with all the lights on, watching stupid videos on my phone to stay awake until sunrise. When my mom woke up, I told her everything. She looked worried in a way I hadn't seen before. She didn't try to explain it away or tell me it was just a nightmare. She just listened, then nodded and said, "We're saging the house today, all of it." We did. And my mom called a friend who's into spiritual cleansing to come over and do some ritual with bells and incense. I felt silly watching it, but I was desperate enough to try anything. It's been 3 months, and it hasn't happened again. But I still sleep with a small light on. I still hesitate before closing my eyes. I still wake up sometimes with my heart racing, convinced I feel that heaviness starting to spread over me. Was it sleep paralysis? Maybe, but I've looked it up, and while some aspects match, others don't. Sleep paralysis doesn't usually repeat 3 times in one night, exactly the same way. And I wasn't hallucinating, seeing or hearing things. I was experiencing a complete absence of sensation. Was it some kind of seizure or medical event? I went to a doctor who ran tests and found nothing wrong with me. No evidence of epilepsy or other neurological issues. Was it something in the house, something that had been there all along but had never focused on me before? I don't know. I don't want to know. All I know is that it was the most terrifying experience of my life, and I still can't explain it. Sometimes I wonder if it was trying to take me somewhere, or if something was trying to, I don't know, get in, use me somehow. I still live in the same house. We haven't had any other major incidents, just the usual small things. Items moved, occasional footsteps, but now they don't seem so innocent to me anymore. Now I know that whatever shares our house isn't just mischievous. It's capable of something much worse. And sometimes, just as I'm falling asleep, I feel my eyelids getting heavy in that unnatural way, and I jerk myself awake, heart pounding. I'm afraid that one day I'll fall into that void again, and next time I might not find my way back. Story 12. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened at Camp Lakeview 5 years ago. I was 12 then, and our 6th grade class was on a 3-day trip to this old summer camp that had been converted into an outdoor education center. It was about 2 hours from our school, tucked away in these dense woods that seemed to swallow all outside noise. I'd been excited for weeks. My first time away from home without my parents. The camp itself was pretty basic. A main lodge with a cafeteria and activity rooms, then several separate cabin buildings scattered through the pines. Each cabin had 4 rooms with 6 beds each, plus a small bathroom. The place had this musty smell that mixed with pine and whatever industrial cleaner they used between groups. We arrived on a Tuesday afternoon in October. The air was crisp, and the leaves were this explosion of red and orange. After dropping our bags in our assigned cabins, we spent the day doing team-building exercises and a nature hike where we had to identify different types of trees. Nothing weird so far. That evening after dinner, Mrs. Peterson, one of the teachers, approached me in the cafeteria. She seemed stressed, shuffling through her clipboard papers. "Morgan, we have a small problem with the sleeping arrangements," she said. "Cabin 3 has an empty bed because Zach got sick and couldn't come. Would you mind switching from cabin 2? Some of the girls in cabin 3 are feeling nervous about being one person short." I didn't really care. I wasn't super close with my assigned roommates anyway, and my friend Emma was in cabin 3. So I agreed, grabbed my stuff from cabin 2, and moved to the room in cabin 3 with the empty bed. The room was identical to the one I'd just left. 6 metal-framed beds with thin mattresses, 3 on each side facing each other. Small windows high on the walls let in a bit of the fading daylight. The wooden floor creaked horribly with every step. You couldn't move without everyone knowing it. My new roommates were Emma, Lily, Jessica, Maya, and the empty bed that would have been Zach's. We stayed up later than we should have, giggling and telling stories. Ms. Walker, the counselor, came by around 10:30 to tell us lights out. Everyone got ready for bed, and I remember feeling happy about the switch. The room felt cozy with the soft glow of the nightlight by the bathroom door, required by camp rules. I fell asleep pretty quickly, exhausted from the day's activities. But then, I woke up suddenly. You know that feeling when you just snap awake for no reason? That's what happened. My watch, this digital Timex my dad had given me for the trip, showed it was 2:17 in the morning. At first, I was just going to roll over and go back to sleep, but something felt off. The room seemed too quiet. Usually at least one person would be breathing heavily or snoring a little. I sat up to look around, and that's when I noticed it. All the beds were empty. Not just empty like my roommates had gotten up, empty like they'd never been slept in. The sheets were completely flat and tucked in at the corners. No lumps, no indentations, no rumpled blankets. Nothing to suggest anyone had ever been in them. I remember my heart starting to pound. I rubbed my eyes hard, thinking I must still be half asleep and seeing things wrong. But no, the beds were definitely empty and made up like at the start of the day. Even Emma's stuffed penguin that she'd placed on her pillow was gone. "Hello?" I whispered, then a bit louder. "Emma? Lily?" No response. I thought maybe there was some middle-of-the-night activity no one had told me about, or maybe they were playing a prank. But how would they have made the bed so perfectly, and the floor, that creaky, loud floor? How had 5 people gotten up and left without waking me? I slipped out of bed, my bare feet hitting the cold wooden planks that groaned under my weight. The sound seemed amplified in the silent room. I was wearing my favorite pajamas, blue with stars on them. I remember that clearly because I kept rubbing the soft fabric between my fingers as a way to calm myself down. The nightlight cast weird shadows across the room, making everything look slightly distorted. I checked under each bed, but there was nothing there except dust bunnies. The small closet where we'd hung some clothes was still full of everyone's stuff, which made it even weirder. I decided to check the bathroom, but it was empty too. My toothbrush stood alone in the cup where earlier there had been 6. My hands were shaking as I went to the door. The wooden handle felt ice cold, and another loud creak announced my exit into the hallway. The corridor was dimly lit by safety lights, enough to see, but not bright enough to be comfortable. The hall was empty too. No counselor, no other kids, just silence and that faint smell of pine and cleaning solution. I walked to the next room over, just a few steps down the hallway, and hesitated. What if everyone was gone? What if something terrible had happened and somehow I'd slept through it? My breathing was coming fast and shallow, and I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. Finally, I knocked lightly on the door. When no one answered, I turned the handle as quietly as I could and peeked inside. Relief washed over me. The room was full of sleeping kids, their forms making distinct shapes under blankets. I could hear soft breathing and even a light snore. Everything normal. I stepped inside and approached the nearest bed. "Hey," I whispered, gently tapping what I thought was a shoulder. "Hey, wake up." The lump shifted and a face emerged from the blankets. It was a girl named Taylor from our class, blinking sleepily at me. "Morgan," she mumbled. "What are you doing here? It's the middle of the night." "Where is everyone from my room?" I asked, my voice trembling a little. "Emma, Lily, all of them. They're gone." Taylor propped herself up on one elbow, squinting at me in confusion. "What are you talking about? They should be in your room." "No, they're not. All the beds are empty, like completely made up, like no one was ever there." By this point, another girl had woken up. "What's going on?" she asked groggily. "Morgan says everyone in their room is gone," Taylor explained. The second girl, I think her name was Amanda, sat up. "That's weird. Did you check the bathroom?" "Yes, everything's empty. It's like they never existed." My voice cracked a little. "Should we get Miss Walker?" Taylor asked, looking concerned now. "I don't know where she is either," I said. Amanda reached for her glasses on the small table between the beds. "Let's go look. I'll come with you." I felt immensely grateful. Amanda slipped out of bed and put on her slippers. We walked to the door together and she opened it for us to step back into the hallway, and that's when it happened. The thing I still can't explain to this day. We stepped into the hallway and I turned to look at the door to my room just a few feet away, but it wasn't there. There was just a blank wall, solid wood paneling, identical to the rest of the hall, with absolutely no sign there had ever been a door there. I froze, my mouth hanging open. Amanda followed my gaze. "What are you looking at?" she asked, sounding confused. "My room," I managed to say. "It was right there. The door was right there." I pointed at the blank wall. Amanda frowned. "Morgan, there's no room there. It's just a wall." "No, no, no," I insisted, stepping closer to the wall. "I just came out of this door like 2 minutes ago. This is where my room is." I pressed my hands against the wall. It was solid, completely solid. I knocked on it, and it made the dull thud of thick wood with nothing behind it. "You must be confused," Amanda said gently. "Maybe you're sleepwalking. Your room must be down the other end of the hall." But I wasn't confused. I knew exactly where my room was. I hadn't moved positions, the lighting hadn't changed, nothing had shifted. I was standing in the exact same spot in the hallway, looking at a solid wall where my door had been moments before. "This isn't possible," I whispered, running my hands over the smooth wood. No hinges, no frame, no sign of a door ever having been there. Amanda looked increasingly worried. "Maybe we should find Miss Walker." I was about to agree when something caught my eye. A slight shimmer, like heat rising from pavement on a hot day, passed over the wall. I blinked and then, I swear this is what happened, the door was just there again, like it had never been gone. The same wooden door with the small metal room number, exactly where it had always been. Amanda gasped. I'm not sure what she saw, but she definitely saw something. My hand shook violently as I reached for the doorknob. It turned easily in my grip, and I pushed the door open. Inside, all 5 beds were occupied. Emma, Lily, Jessica, Maya, all there, sleeping soundly under their blankets. Emma's stuffed penguin sat on her pillow where it belonged, the distinct shapes of bodies under covers, the soft sounds of breathing, everything completely normal. I stood frozen in the doorway, trying to process what I was seeing. "See? They're all there," Amanda whispered, peering around me. "You must have had a bad dream." But it wasn't a dream. I was wide awake. I had physically walked around that room, checked under beds, opened the closet, gone to the bathroom. The beds had been empty and perfectly made, and then the door had completely vanished. Amanda went back to her room after giving me a concerned look. I slowly walked back to my bed, the floor creaking under each step. Nobody stirred. They were all deeply asleep, as if they'd been there all night. I sat on my bed, heart still racing, and watched them breathe until dawn. I didn't sleep again that night. Couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that blank wall where the door should have been. The next morning I tried to tell Emma what happened, but she just laughed it off. "You were dreaming, Morgan. I was here all night." I asked the others too, but they all said the same thing. No one had gotten up. No one had left the room. They'd all slept soundly through the night. I even went to Ms. Walker, but she just gave me that patronizing adult smile and said, "Sounds like you had a very vivid nightmare." New places can do that sometimes. But I know what I saw. I know what I experienced. That room was empty, and then that door disappeared right in front of me. I was wide awake. The rest of the camp trip passed without incident, and eventually I stopped bringing it up because everyone thought I was either lying or had dreamed it. It's been 5 years, and I've tried to rationalize it countless ways. Maybe it was some weird sleepwalking episode. Maybe there was carbon monoxide in that cabin, making me hallucinate. Maybe the stress of being away from home for the first time did something to my brain. But none of those explanations feel right. Because I was there. I was conscious. I was aware. And that door vanished while I was looking directly at it. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night, heart racing, convinced that I'll look around and find myself back in that empty room at Camp Lakeview, or worse, staring at a blank wall where a door should be. Story 13. I've always considered myself pretty rational. I'm not the type of person who jumps at every creak in the floorboards or thinks there's a monster under my bed. But there are 3 experiences I've had that I just can't explain away, no matter how hard I try. Even now, at 32 years old, these memories are as vivid as if they happened yesterday. I've never shared the full story with anyone outside my immediate family, but I need to get this off my chest. The first time I encountered what I now call a shadow person was when I was 6 years old. My dad worked at a funeral home, and we lived in the apartment directly above it. It wasn't as creepy as it sounds. Most of the time, it was just normal life for us. I never thought twice about living above a place where dead people were prepared for burial. Kids are adaptable like that, I guess. This happened a few days before Christmas. I remember because our little artificial tree was set up in the corner of the living room, and I was excited about the presents underneath. I'd gone to bed around 8 o'clock, but woke up in the middle of the night, needing to pee. After using the bathroom, I heard a faint creak coming from our living room, the kind our old wooden rocking chair made when someone was sitting in it. I figured it was probably my mom or dad who couldn't sleep, so I walked down the hallway toward the living room. The apartment was dark, except for the dim glow of the Christmas lights reflecting off the walls. As I approached the doorway to the living room, I slowed down. Something felt off. The air seemed heavier somehow, colder. The creaking continued, slow and steady. When I peeked around the corner, what I saw made my entire body go cold. Someone, or something, was sitting in our rocking chair, but it wasn't my mom or dad. It was a tall, completely black figure, not just someone wearing dark clothes. This thing seemed to be made of darkness itself. It was like a 3-dimensional shadow, darker than the darkness around it, and it was wearing what looked like an old-fashioned top hat. The worst part, it had no face. Where a face should have been was just nothing, a blank void, yet somehow I knew it was looking at me. I stood frozen, unable to move or scream, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might explode. Then the figure slowly turned its head, or what should have been its head, toward me. That's when I finally broke free from my paralysis and ran back to my bedroom. I shared a room with my little brother, who was 4 at the time. I shook him awake, whispering urgently that there was someone in our living room. He was groggy and confused, but I convinced him to come look with me. I grabbed the flashlight we kept between our beds for emergencies. Together, we crept back down the hallway, me leading the way with the flashlight clutched in my trembling hand. When we reached the living room doorway again, I pointed the beam toward the rocking chair. The figure was still there, still rocking. When the light hit it, it didn't illuminate any details. The figure remained completely black, like it was absorbing the light. And then it stood up. It was so tall its head nearly touched our ceiling. My brother saw it too. He started crying. The figure took a step toward us, and we both ran screaming back to our bedroom, slamming the door and jumping into my bed. Our parents came rushing in, but by the time they checked the living room, there was nothing there. They told us it was just a nightmare, that we'd scared each other with our imaginations. But my brother and I knew what we saw. We kept our bedroom door shut tight for months after that. The second encounter happened when I was 17. By then, we'd moved out of the funeral home apartment into a regular house. My dad had started his own landscaping business, and I often helped him on weekends. One Saturday in summer, we were working at this old property that backed up to dense woods. The homeowner was an older guy who lived alone, and his backyard was pretty overgrown. While my dad was mowing the front lawn, I was clearing brush near the edge of the woods. There was this old tool shed about 20 yards into the trees. Not part of the property we were maintaining, but visible from where I was working. I noticed it because it seemed out of place, like it had been abandoned for years. The wood was rotting, and vines had started to claim it. I was pulling up some stubborn weeds when I felt that same cold sensation I'd experienced as a kid, like the air around me had suddenly dropped 20 degrees. I looked up, and that's when I saw it standing by the shed, another shadow figure. This one was different from the first. Taller, thinner, no hat, but it had that same quality of being darker than its surroundings, like a hole cut into reality. It was just standing there, about 30 feet away, partially hidden behind a tree. I blinked hard, thinking my eyes were playing tricks on me. When I looked again, it was moving, not walking exactly, but gliding toward the shed. Then it seemed to bend down and disappear, like it had gone underneath the structure. My curiosity somehow overcame my fear. I called out to my dad that I was going to check something out and walked cautiously toward the shed. My heart was racing, but I told myself there had to be a logical explanation. Maybe it was just a trick of the light. Or maybe someone was living out there. When I reached the shed, I looked for any opening or crawl space where someone could have disappeared. But the foundation was solid concrete, with barely an inch of clearance from the ground. Definitely not enough space for anyone to crawl under. I circled the entire structure, finding nothing but spider webs and rotting wood. Later, I casually asked the homeowner about the shed. His expression changed immediately. He explained that it had belonged to his wife's father, who had passed away 3 years earlier. The old man had practiced Santeria, a kind of spirit worship, and spent most of his time in that shed performing what the homeowner called his rituals. The most unsettling detail, the old man had died in that shed alone from a heart attack. They'd found him days later. I never told my dad or the homeowner what I saw. Some things you just keep to yourself, because you know how crazy they'll sound. The third and final encounter happened when I was 20. I was home from college for summer break, staying with a friend whose parents were away on vacation. Their house was nice, a big 2-story place in the suburbs. But there was one strange thing about it. They had a pet cemetery in their backyard. I'm not joking. Over 20 years of pet ownership had resulted in a small, dedicated area where they'd buried over 20 animals. Dogs, cats, hamsters, even a couple of parakeets. My friend had mentioned it casually when I arrived, pointing out the small markers from the kitchen window. I didn't think much of it at the time, That day, my friend asked if I could help him fix a broken fence post near the back of the yard while he ran some errands. The post happened to be right next to the pet cemetery. While digging around the base of the post, I hit something hard with the shovel. For a horrible moment, I thought I'd disturbed one of the pet graves, but it was just a rock. As I leaned down to remove it, I felt that now familiar cold spot, like walking through a freezer door. The hair on my arm stood up, but I shook it off and finished the job. That night, my friend went out with his girlfriend, leaving me alone in the house. I stayed up watching TV in the living room until around midnight, then headed to the kitchen for a glass of water before bed. The kitchen was dark, lit only by the small light above the stove. As I filled my glass at the sink, I glanced toward the kitchen table and nearly dropped the glass. Sitting at the table was another shadow figure. This one seemed smaller than the others, hunched over like an elderly person. It wasn't moving, just sitting there in one of the chairs, a black void against the dim kitchen. I stood paralyzed, water overflowing from my glass into the sink. Then I remembered the bathroom light was on down the hall, and I backed away slowly until I reached it. I flipped on every light switch I could find, flooding the house with brightness. Then, heart pounding, I forced myself to walk back to the kitchen. The figure was gone. The chair where it had been sitting was pushed out from the table, as if someone had just gotten up. I touched it. It was ice cold. I spent the rest of the night with all the lights on, sitting upright on the couch. When my friend's brother came home around 3 in the morning, he asked why every light in the house was on. When I hesitantly told him what I'd seen, he went pale. He told me he'd been hearing footsteps in his room the past few nights, but was too embarrassed to tell anyone. We never spoke of it again, and I made an excuse to leave the next day. I've spent years trying to rationalize these experiences. Maybe the first was just a child's overactive imagination, triggered by living above a funeral home. Maybe the second was a trick of light and shadow in the woods. Maybe the third was exhaustion after a long day of physical labor. But here's the thing. I don't believe in ghosts, not really. What I think I encountered was something else. Maybe beings from another dimension that somehow intersect with ours in places associated with death. Maybe they're drawn to those locations. Or maybe I'm just particularly sensitive to their presence. I've never seen another shadow figure since that night in the kitchen, but I still sometimes wake up in the middle of the night, that familiar cold feeling washing over me, wondering if there's something standing in the darkness, watching me, with a face that isn't there. Story 14. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened at Mark's apartment last year. I've tried to rationalize it 1,000 different ways, but I can't explain it. I've never shared this with anyone outside our immediate friend group because, well, who'd believe it? But I need to get this off my chest. So last winter, I was helping my buddy Mark set up his new electronic piano in his apartment. He'd just moved into this old building in Riverton, one of those pre-war structures with the ornate moldings and creaky wooden floors. The place had character, that's for sure. The kind of character that makes you wonder who else has walked those floors over the decades. We spent about 4 hours trying to connect this damn piano to his computer. Mark had bought this fancy Yamaha that was supposed to interface with some music production software, but we couldn't get the drivers to work. The piano itself worked fine. You could play it and hear sound through its built-in speakers, but the computer just wouldn't recognize it. We tried everything. Different USB cables, reinstalling drivers, restarting both the piano and the computer, checking forums online. Nothing worked. By around 9 in the evening, we were both frustrated as hell. My eyes were strained from reading tiny text in instruction manuals, and Mark was getting increasingly annoyed. "Fuck it," he finally said, reaching into his drawer. "Let's take a break." He pulled out a small glass pipe and a bag of weed. Now, I'm not a big smoker, but after the evening we'd had, I figured why not. We opened a window despite the cold. Mark was paranoid about the smell lingering, and shared the pipe. It wasn't particularly strong stuff, just enough to take the edge off. We were both just slightly buzzed, definitely not hallucinating or anything close to it. I want to be clear about that. We were sitting on the couch across from the piano, just chatting about random stuff. Some show on Netflix, I think, when it happened. The piano, which had been completely silent and powered on but not connected to anything, suddenly started playing. At first I thought Mark was messing with me. Maybe there was some demo mode or something, but one look at his face told me he was just as confused as I was. The music wasn't like a pre-programmed demo. Those usually sound perfect, right? This was different. Whoever or whatever was playing had skill, but made occasional mistakes. It sounded like someone who'd taken lessons for a few years but wasn't a professional. The piece was classical, something I vaguely recognized but couldn't name. "What the fuck?" Mark whispered, staring at the piano. "Is that a demo?" I shook my head slowly. Demos don't make mistakes. We sat there frozen, watching the keys depress by themselves. No one was touching them. The room was cold, much colder than it should have been, even with the window we'd cracked open. And there was something else, something I still struggled to describe. It felt like the air had gotten thicker, not humid but dense somehow, like the space between molecules had shrunk, like something was filling in the gaps. The piece continued for maybe 2 minutes. I couldn't move. I was equal parts fascinated and terrified. What really freaked me out was how it ended. It wasn't an abrupt stop or a fade out like you'd expect from a glitch or some random electrical issue. The piece ended with a proper flourish, like a real musician finishing a performance. There was intention behind it. After the last note faded, Mark and I just stared at each other. I tried to laugh it off, but it came out all wrong, like a nervous hiccup. "Okay, what the fuck was that?" I finally managed to say. Mark shook his head. "I swear to God, I have no idea. That's not... The piano doesn't have any demos loaded. I checked when I first got it." We spent the next hour trying to rationalize what had happened. Maybe it was picking up radio signals. Maybe there was some weird electrical surge. We even considered that the weed might have been stronger than we thought, but we both knew we weren't that high, not even close. What convinced me this wasn't just some technical glitch was that feeling in the room. During the performance I felt, and I know how this sounds, I felt watched. Not in a threatening way, but like someone was there with us, enjoying our confusion, maybe even amused by it. The air had that density to it, that weight. It was like being underwater but without the wetness or pressure. Just that sense of another element surrounding you. We eventually calmed down enough to try the computer connection again, and weirdly, it worked perfectly on the first try. The piano connected to Mark's laptop like there had never been an issue. That almost freaked me out, more than the phantom playing. I stayed until about midnight, and nothing else strange happened. But I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone in that apartment. Not for 1 second. The next day, I texted Mark to see if anything else weird had happened after I left. He said no, but he admitted he'd slept with all the lights on. I would have done the same. A week later, we were hanging out at his place again, and his neighbor from across the hall stopped by to borrow something. Somehow, the conversation turned to the building's history, and Mark casually asked if she knew anything about previous tenants in his unit. "Oh, a few people have been through here in the past few years," she said. "Before the landlord renovated, there was this older guy, an artist or musician or something, kept to himself mostly." My blood ran cold. "A musician?" I asked, trying to sound casual. "Yeah, I think so. I remember hearing piano music sometimes. Nothing professional, just someone practicing. He died in the apartment about 10 years ago. Heart attack, I think. Wasn't found for a couple of days." Mark and I exchanged looks but didn't say anything. After she left, we just sat there in silence for a while. "You don't think?" Mark finally said. "I don't know what to think," I replied honestly. Over the next few months, there were other small incidents. The piano would occasionally play a few notes by itself. Electronics would behave strangely. The TV turning on by itself, lights flickering. Nothing as dramatic as that first night, but enough to keep us on edge. What's weird is that none of it ever felt threatening. If anything, it felt like someone trying to communicate, or maybe just reminding us they were still there. Like they were saying, hey, I can do that thing you guys were struggling with for hours. I've always been skeptical about ghosts and the paranormal. I need evidence, you know. But that night changed something fundamental in how I see the world. I still haven't seen an actual ghost or captured any EVPs or whatever, but I'm convinced now that something exists alongside us. Something that can interact with our world, especially through electronics. Sometimes I wonder if that's why we couldn't get the piano to connect initially. Maybe the spirit or energy or whatever it was needed to gather enough strength to make itself known. Maybe electronic devices are easier for them to manipulate than physical objects. It would explain why so many paranormal encounters these days involve flickering lights, TV static, or strange phone calls. The most unsettling part wasn't the piano playing itself. It was that feeling of presence, that unmistakable sense that consciousness existed in the room with us, separate from our own. I felt it watching us, listening to our conversation, maybe even laughing at our confusion. It wasn't malevolent, but it was absolutely, undeniably there. I've been back to Mark's place many times since then, and while nothing as dramatic has happened again, that feeling of presence never fully goes away. Sometimes, especially late at night, I'll notice the air getting that strange density to it. The temperature will drop slightly, and occasionally, very occasionally, I'll hear a few random notes from the piano when no one is near it. Mark has gotten used to it, I think. He even jokes about his roommate sometimes, but I can tell it still unnerves him. He's never alone in that apartment, not really. The most recent thing happened just last week. I was helping Mark move some furniture, and we had to disconnect the piano temporarily. When we plugged it back in, it immediately started playing. Just a short, simple melody, like someone testing to make sure it worked. We both pretended not to notice, but I saw Mark's hands shaking as he arranged books on his new shelf. I've tried researching the previous tenant, but there's not much information available. Just a name in some old records and a brief obituary mentioning a passion for music and art. Nothing that explains why he's still there or if it's even him at all. All I know is that something exists in that space between our world and whatever comes next. Something that can reach through and touch our reality when it wants to. Something that can make keys depress on an electronic piano, creating music that no programming could explain. I don't have proof. I don't have recordings or videos or anything that would convince a skeptic. All I have is what I experienced that night and the absolute certainty that we weren't alone. Sometimes when I'm at Mark's, I find myself staring at that piano, half expecting it to start playing again. Part of me wants it to, wants confirmation that I didn't imagine the whole thing. Another part of me is terrified of what else might happen if whatever is there decides to make itself known in new ways. For now, it seems content to occasionally remind us of its presence through small gestures, a few random notes, a flickering light, that distinctive change in the atmosphere. It's like living with a roommate who's always just in the other room, just out of sight, but undeniably there. I don't know what else to say about it. I can't explain it. I just know what I felt and what I heard, and I know that since that night, I've never been able to look at an electronic device quite the same way. They're bridges between worlds, I think, conduits through which the departed can reach back and remind us they're still here. That's it. That's my story. Make of it what you will. But if your electronics ever start behaving strangely, especially if you feel that change in the air, that inexplicable density, maybe pay attention. Someone might be trying to communicate. Story 15. It's been about 7 months since we moved into what was supposed to be our dream home in Houston. A newer build, good neighborhood, plenty of space for me, my wife Melissa, and our daughter Emma. Everything about it felt right during the walkthrough. The realtor mentioned something about the development being built on some old property, but honestly, at the price we got it for, we weren't asking too many questions. The first few weeks were completely normal, just the usual adjusting to new house sounds, the AC cycling, pipes expanding, that kind of stuff. But then little things started happening that we couldn't easily explain away. Our son Jake was staying with us temporarily while he looked for an apartment after graduating college. He was the first one to say something felt off about the house. It started with doors that would be closed when we went to bed and open in the morning, items that would disappear and reappear in strange places. The classic, "I swear I put my keys right here" kind of stuff that you can usually chalk up to being forgetful. But it was happening to all of us. Then came the sounds. Footsteps when nobody was walking around. The sound of someone sitting on the couch when nobody was in the living room. That distinct cushion compression noise. Whispers that seemed to travel through the air vents. I'm not someone who jumps to ghost as an explanation. I'm pretty logical, always looking for the rational answer, but after about 2 months, even I was running out of explanations. It was Melissa who first suggested we try recording for EVPs. She'd been watching some paranormal shows, and while I initially laughed it off, I figured it couldn't hurt. If nothing else, it would show her there was nothing supernatural going on. We used a simple digital recorder that I had from back when I used to record meetings for work. Nothing fancy, just basic audio recording capability. Our first session was awkward, sitting in our living room, feeling ridiculous asking questions to an empty room. We did about 15 minutes, then played it back. Nothing. Just our own voices and some background noise from the AC. I was ready to call it quits. But Melissa wanted to try again the next night. This time we did it in the kitchen, where Jake had said he frequently felt like he was being watched. About 5 minutes in, I asked, "Is there anyone here with us?" When we played it back later, right after my question, there was this weird sound. It wasn't exactly a voice, more like a mumble or a hum. Melissa was convinced it was something, but I figured it was just some random noise, but it was enough to keep us interested. We decided to do another session the following night. That's when things got, I don't even know how to describe it. Unsettling, terrifying, fascinating. All of the above, I guess. We were in the hallway that connects to the bedrooms. Jake had a pretty bad cold and we were talking about getting him some medicine. I asked, "If there's someone here, can you tell us your name?" Nothing immediately happened, so we continued our casual conversation about Jake needing rest. When we played back the recording, right after Melissa mentioned Jake being congested, there was a distinct whisper that said, "He's sick." I can't adequately describe how it felt hearing that. It wasn't our voices, it wasn't the TV or radio. It was a raspy, low voice, completely different from any of ours. And it wasn't just random. It was responding to our conversation. We played it over and over. There was no mistaking it. That's when I started doing research on our property. I spent hours online that night, digging through local history sites and property records. That's when I found out our entire subdivision had been built on what used to be Black Hope Cemetery, an old African-American cemetery from the late 1800s. Most of the graves had supposedly been relocated in the 1980s, but there had been lawsuits from nearby homeowners claiming bodies were left behind. That discovery changed something in me. I went from skeptical to not exactly believing, but definitely open to the possibility that something unexplainable was happening. Over the next few weeks, we recorded almost every night. We captured more voices, sometimes just fragments, sometimes clear responses to our questions. There seemed to be 2 distinct voices that appeared most frequently, a gruff male voice and a softer female one. Often we'd capture one of them saying, "Hey," as if trying to get our attention. What freaked me out the most was when they started using our names. The first time it happened, we were recording in Emma's room. She's 12 and had been complaining about feeling like someone was watching her while she slept. During the session, I asked, "Are you watching my daughter at night?" When we played it back, a female voice whispered, "Emma." Just her name, nothing else, but it was clear as day. Another time, the same female voice said, "Nathan," my name, right after Melissa asked if they knew who we were. These weren't distortions or us hearing what we wanted to hear. These were distinct voices saying our names. One night, Melissa's sister was visiting, and she was giving us grief about our ghost hunting hobby, as she called it. She's a complete skeptic and was making fun of us. After she left, we did a quick EVP session in the living room. I asked, "What do you think of Lisa not believing in you?" When we played it back, a male voice clearly said, "Don't tell her. Don't tell her." Like it was a secret between us and whatever was in our house. Things escalated about a month ago. We were doing our usual session in the master bedroom. I was tired and a bit frustrated that day, and I made some sarcastic comment like, "If you're really here, why don't you just show yourself instead of playing these games?" Melissa immediately nudged me and whispered that I shouldn't be disrespectful. That night, I woke up around 3 in the morning to use the bathroom. As I was walking back to bed, I distinctly heard a voice from the corner of our bedroom say, "You forget him." Not yelling, not whispering, just a normal conversational tone like someone was standing there talking to me. I froze, staring into the darkness of that corner, but couldn't see anything. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. In the morning, I told Melissa what happened, and we decided it was time to get some help. We found a local paranormal investigation team with good reviews, yes, that's a thing now, and scheduled them to come to our house. The team arrived with all kinds of equipment, EMF meters, thermal cameras, more sophisticated audio recorders. They spent about 6 hours in our house, doing their own EVP sessions and taking readings throughout. When they reviewed their evidence with us, even they seemed shocked by what they'd captured. During one session in our living room, their lead investigator asked, "Would you be willing to speak with me?" On playback, a voice clearly responded, "Talk, can you talk?" Like it was questioning his ability to communicate. In another session, they asked if there were more than 2 entities in the house. A new voice, one we hadn't heard before, responded with a simple yes. This voice was different from the male and female we'd been hearing. It was deeper, more resonant. The team tried something they called a crossing over session, where they attempted to help the spirits move on. The temperature in our family room dropped 6 degrees in a matter of minutes. Everyone felt it. This heavy, oppressive feeling that seemed to blanket the entire house. The most disturbing EVP they captured was in Emma's room. They asked if the entities could tell them why they stayed in the house. 2 separate voices, overlapping each other, both said, "Get out." It wasn't a whisper this time, it was forceful, angry. After the team left, things actually seemed to intensify. We're still capturing EVPs almost daily. We've created a Google Drive folder with all our recordings, organized by date and location in the house. There are over 70 distinct voices captured now, responding intelligently to our questions, using our names, commenting on our conversations. Last week, I asked, "Why are you still here?" The response in that now familiar male voice was home. Just that one word, but it made my skin crawl. I don't know what to do anymore. We can't afford to move right now. We've tried cleansing rituals, blessing the house, even asking them directly to leave us alone. Nothing seems to work. The voices keep coming through, more frequently and more clearly than before. What disturbs me most is how normal this has become for us. We go about our daily lives, knowing we're not alone in our home. Sometimes I'll hear that "hey" without even needing the recorder, just a faint voice trying to get my attention. I don't believe these are just random noises or electronic glitches anymore. Whatever or whoever is in our house is intelligent. They respond to us. They know us, and for whatever reason, they want to communicate. I'm not sleeping well. I keep thinking about all those graves that were supposed to be moved, but maybe weren't. About the people who might have been forgotten, left behind when the development was built. Is that what the voice meant by, "You forget him"? I don't know what's going to happen next, but I know one thing for certain. Those voices are real. We didn't imagine them. We didn't fabricate them, and they're still here, talking to us through our recordings, reminding us every day that we're not alone in this house. Story 16. I've never told anyone outside my family about what happened that day back in 1947. I was just a lad of 15 then, living in the small village of Thornwick in Nottinghamshire. My father had returned from the war 2 years prior, but he wasn't the same man who'd left. His eyes had that faraway look most of the time, and he barely spoke. Fishing became my escape, my way of providing something useful while giving Dad the quiet he seemed to need. Our village wasn't much to look at. A cluster of stone cottages, a small church, the local pub called the Ploughman, and farmland stretching out in all directions. But what fascinated me most was the old monastery pool that sat on Mr. Olsop's property about a mile outside the village. Everyone knew about it, but no one fished there, ever. I'd been asking Mr. Olsop for permission to fish his pond since I was 12. Each time I'd see him at the village shop or coming out of the Ploughman, I'd work up my courage and ask. And each time he'd fix me with those pale blue eyes of his and say, "Not on your life, Charlie Ellis. Find yourself another spot." But the thing about being 15 is you think you know better than everyone else. I'd heard stories about the size of the carp in that pond, supposedly the biggest in the county. Older boys claimed they'd seen fish the size of small dogs swimming there. Whether that was true or not, I'd made up my mind that I needed to fish that pond. That summer had been particularly dry, and the usual spots along the River Mown where I fished weren't producing much. My dad needed the fish. We all did. Rationing was still in effect, and what little meat we got wasn't enough. I decided I'd try Mr. Olsop one more time. I caught him that morning as he was walking back from checking his fences. He was a tall, gaunt man in his 60s with a permanent stoop and hands twisted from years of farm work. "Mr. Olsop," I called out, jogging up to him with my cap in my hands. "I was wondering if I might have permission to fish your pond today, just for a few hours." He stopped and looked at me for a long moment. I expected the usual refusal, but instead he sighed deeply. "You're a persistent one, aren't you, Charlie?" "Yes, sir. I suppose I am." "Why that pond? There's plenty of other spots." I shifted my weight from one foot to the other. "They say the carp in your pond are the biggest around, and with how things are at home, well, a good catch would mean a lot." Something in his expression changed. He looked beyond me, toward where the old monastery ruins stood partially hidden by trees. "The fish there aren't for taking, boy," he said quietly. Then after another pause, "But perhaps it's time someone learned why." My heart leapt. Was he actually going to let me fish there? "You can go there today, only today," he said, his voice taking on a strange tone. "But heed me well. Be gone before sunset. Don't stay a minute after the sun touches the tree line, and whatever you catch you throw back. Understand?" I nodded eagerly, hardly believing my luck. "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir." He grabbed my arm as I turned to go, his grip surprisingly strong. "I mean it, boy. Before sunset, and alone. Don't bring anyone else." I promised and raced home to grab my fishing gear. Dad was sitting in his chair by the window, staring out at nothing in particular. I told him I was going fishing and might be late, but he just nodded slightly. I felt a pang of guilt. I should have told him where I was going, but I knew the stories about the pond might worry him. The old monastery pool was about 2 miles from our cottage. I practically ran the whole way, my fishing rod bouncing against my back, tackle box clutched in my hand. It was just past noon when I arrived, sweaty and out of breath, but buzzing with excitement. The monastery itself had been reduced to little more than a few crumbling stone walls, blackened in places as if scorched by fire. The pond lay beyond them, surrounded by ancient oak trees that cast long shadows across the water. It was smaller than I'd imagined, maybe 50 feet across, and the surface was thick with lily pads and algae. I set down my gear at what seemed like a good spot, a small clearing where the bank sloped gently to the water. The day was warm, but not hot, with a light breeze that rippled the surface of the pond. Perfect fishing weather. As I prepared my line, I couldn't help feeling I was being watched. I glanced around a few times, but saw nothing except the occasional bird flitting between branches. I chalked it up to nerves and the strange warnings Mr. Alsop had given me. My first cast landed near the center of the pond, where a patch of open water showed between the weeds. The water looked shallow, maybe 3 or 4 feet deep, but the weighted hook sank quickly, disappearing into darkness that suggested it might be much deeper than it appeared. I hadn't been sitting there more than a minute when my line went taut. Not the gentle tug of a curious fish, but a violent jerk that nearly pulled the rod from my hands. I gripped it tighter, my heart racing. Whatever had taken my bait was strong, stronger than any fish I'd ever hooked before. I tried to reel it in, but the line suddenly snapped with a sharp ping. I stared at my rod in disbelief, at the limp line dangling uselessly. That was my best line, capable of handling even the largest pike I'd ever caught. Whatever had broken it was something else entirely. That's when I felt it again, that sensation of being watched. I raised my eyes slowly from my broken line to the opposite bank. There was a figure standing there, a man, tall and thin, wearing what looked like tattered robes that hung loosely from his frame. They were black, or perhaps dark brown, and seemed stained with something darker in patches. Soot, maybe. His face was in shadow beneath a hood, but I could see his eyes, bloodshot and fixed on me with such intensity that I felt my blood run cold. He didn't move, didn't speak, just stood there watching me from across the pond. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding thin and childish in the afternoon air. No response, not even a twitch. I thought perhaps it was a scarecrow at first, something Mr. Alsop had put up to frighten birds or trespassers. But then the figure took a step forward, and I knew with absolute certainty that it was no scarecrow. There was something about the way it moved, a jerky, unnatural motion, as if it wasn't quite used to walking, and there was no sound. No rustle of clothing, no crunch of leaves underfoot, nothing. Panic seized me. I jumped to my feet, forgetting my broken rod, forgetting everything except the need to get away from those burning eyes. As I scrambled up, my head smacked hard against a low-hanging branch I hadn't noticed before. Pain exploded behind my eyes, bright and sharp. I remember falling, the world tilting sideways, and then darkness. When I came to, it was nearly dark. The sun was a dim orange glow just visible through the trees. How long had I been unconscious? Hours at least. My head throbbed where I'd hit it, and when I touched the spot, my fingers came away sticky with half-dried blood. For a moment I lay there confused, trying to piece together what had happened. Then it all came flooding back. The pond, the broken line, the figure in robes. I sat up quickly, ignoring the wave of dizziness that washed over me. The opposite bank where the figure had stood was empty now. There was no sign anyone had been there at all. But something was wrong. I looked down at my fishing gear, and my blood went cold. My tackle box lay open, its contents scattered across the ground. My spare lines were cut to pieces, my hooks were bent and twisted beyond use, my floats were crushed, and even my wooden lure box was splintered, as if someone had stomped on it with tremendous force. I hadn't done that, and it hadn't been like that when I'd fallen. With shaking hands, I gathered what remained of my gear. The sun was nearly gone now, the last rays painting the pond surface a deep, bloody red. Mr. Alsop's warning echoed in my mind. Be gone before sunset. I ran. I ran faster than I'd ever run in my life, leaving behind half my ruined gear, clutching only my rod and what remained of my tackle box. I didn't stop until I reached the village, my lungs burning, sweat soaking my clothes despite the cool evening air. My dad was waiting at the door when I got home, worry etched across his face, the most emotion I'd seen from him in months. When he saw the blood on my head, he pulled me inside and cleaned the wound without asking questions. It was only after, as we sat at the kitchen table with cups of tea in front of us, that he finally spoke. You went to the monastery pond, didn't you? I couldn't lie to him. I nodded. He closed his eyes for a moment. I should have told you the story years ago, might have saved you from this. And then he told me how centuries ago the monastery had been home to a cruel abbot who hoarded food while the villagers starved during a failed harvest. How the abbey's fish pond was filled with fat carp that could have fed the whole village, but the abbot refused to share. How, driven by desperation, the villagers stormed the monastery one night and strangled the abbot by the very pond he'd protected so jealously. How they burned the monastery afterward, trying to erase their sin. Since then, my father said, his voice low, people say the abbot's ghost patrols that pond day and night, guarding his precious carp, making sure no villager ever takes what he considered his. But that's just a story, I said, though my voice trembled as I said it. My father looked at me for a long moment. Is it? Then how do you explain what happened to your gear? What happened to you? I couldn't explain it. I still can't, not really. All I know is what I saw, what I felt, the impossible strength that snapped my line, those burning eyes watching me from across the water, the destruction of my gear while I lay unconscious. Mr. Alsop never mentioned the incident when I saw him next, though his eyes lingered on the healing cut on my forehead. He just nodded, as if confirming something to himself, and walked on. I never asked to fish his pond again. That was 75 years ago now. The village has grown into a small town. The old monastery ruins were cleared away in the 1960s to make room for new houses, but the pond remains, protected now as a historical site, though few remember why. Sometimes, when I can't sleep, I find myself thinking about going back there, just to see if he's still there, still watching, still protecting his fish from hungry villagers long dead. But even now, with my life mostly behind me, I can't bring myself to go near that place after sunset, because I know what waits there in the gathering darkness, with his soot-stained robes and bloodshot eyes, patient as only the dead can be. Story 17. I still can't fully explain what happened in that house, and it's been almost 2 years since we moved out. My husband Mark thinks I should just let it go. But there are some experiences that stick with you, you know. This was one of them. We bought our first home in Maplewood, Illinois, back in February of 2016. I was 22, newly pregnant with our first child, and Mark was 27. We were so excited to start our family in a real house, instead of the cramped one-bedroom apartment we'd been renting. The house was built sometime in the early 1900s, with this gorgeous hand-carved woodwork throughout and these beautiful vintage glass doorknobs that I absolutely fell in love with. The realtor kept emphasizing the historic charm, but honestly, we just loved that we could afford it. The first few weeks were pretty normal, unpacking boxes, figuring out where everything should go, and learning all the little quirks of an old house. You know how it is, which floorboards creak, which doors stick when it rains, that sort of thing. But after about a month, I started noticing that the house was unusually noisy. Even when both of us were completely still, there would be these creaking sounds, almost like footsteps walking across the floor above us. Most of the noises came from the attic, this cool, loft-style space that we were using for storage until we could fix it up properly. At first, I just chalked it up to the house settling, That's what everyone tells you about old houses, right? Oh, they make noise, they're just settling. But this was different. It wasn't random creaks. It sounded deliberate, like someone was up there moving around. I remember one night, maybe 2 months after we moved in, I woke up around 3 in the morning to get a glass of water. As I was heading back to our bedroom, I distinctly heard what sounded like a chair being dragged across the attic floor. Mark was sound asleep next to me, and we didn't have pets. I froze in the hallway, staring up at the ceiling, and the sound stopped immediately, like whatever was making it knew I was listening. I practically ran back to bed and pulled the covers over my head like a little kid. I didn't tell Mark about it the next morning. I didn't want him to think his pregnant wife was losing it. But it was the incident in April that really confirmed I wasn't just being paranoid. It was a Saturday afternoon, warm enough that we had the windows open. Mark was outside working on my car in our detached garage, which I could see clearly through the kitchen window as I was cleaning up after lunch. I was scrubbing some dishes when I felt someone enter the kitchen behind me. Without turning around, I said, "Hey babe, can you grab me that towel?" Assuming it was Mark coming in from the garage. When I didn't get a response, I glanced over my shoulder. There was a man standing in the doorway between our living room and kitchen. At least it was the silhouette of a man, just a dark outline like a shadow but more solid. I couldn't make out any features, just the definite shape of a tall, somewhat broad-shouldered figure. My heart literally stopped for a second. I blinked, and in that split second it was gone. Just completely vanished. I dropped the plate I was washing and screamed for Mark. I could still see him through the window, working under the hood of my car. He came running in looking terrified, probably thinking I'd hurt myself, or something was wrong with the baby. There was someone in the house, I told him, shaking all over. A man was standing right there. I pointed to the doorway. Mark immediately went into protection mode, grabbing a baseball bat from our coat closet and searching every room, every closet, under every bed. He checked all the windows and doors. Everything was locked from the inside. There was absolutely no sign that anyone had broken in or was still in the house. "Jessica, there's no one here," he said finally, looking at me with concern. "Are you feeling okay? Maybe you should lie down." I knew what I saw. It wasn't a trick of the light or my imagination. Someone or something had been watching me, and I knew with absolute certainty that it hadn't been a living person. After that day, things escalated. I started catching glimpses of the figure all over the house, always just at the edge of my vision, peeking around corners or standing at the end of hallways. But the most common place I'd see him was on the staircase that led up to the attic. He'd just stand there, halfway up, watching us in the living room, sometimes for a few seconds, sometimes for what felt like minutes. I was terrified at first, especially being pregnant. I kept thinking, great, we've bought a haunted house, and now we're bringing a baby into it. But strangely, over time, I started getting used to him. I know that sounds crazy, but it's like having a weird roommate who never talks but is always kind of around, you know? There was never anything malicious about his presence. He never tried to scare us or move things around. He just watched, like he was curious about us. About 3 months before my due date, I actually started talking to him sometimes when Mark wasn't around, because Mark still didn't fully believe me and thought pregnancy hormones were making me sensitive. "Hey, ghost guy," I'd say while folding laundry or cooking dinner. "How's it going today?" I never got a response, but sometimes the air would feel different after I acknowledged him, lighter somehow. When my son was born that fall, I had this moment of panic, thinking about bringing him home to a haunted house. The night before we left the hospital, I actually sat up in my bed and whispered into the empty hospital room, hoping somehow the message would reach our house. "Look, I don't mind you being there, but please leave my baby alone. Don't show yourself to him. Don't scare him. And you know what? In the 5 years we lived in that house after my son was born, he never once saw anything. He never had nightmares, never talked about a shadow man or complained about noises. It was like our ghost respected my request. I continued to see him though, always in those same spots. The kitchen doorway, the hallway, and most often on those attic stairs. Sometimes weeks would go by without an appearance, and then suddenly he'd be back, watching us living our lives in his house. I say his house, because about a year before we moved out, I finally learned who he might have been. We were having a yard sale, and our elderly neighbor from across the street came over to browse. We got to talking, and he mentioned that he'd lived in the neighborhood his entire life. This house has good bones, he told me. My family actually built it. My great-grandfather and his brothers. My uncle owned it before you folks bought it. Really? I asked, suddenly very interested. What was your uncle like? Oh, he was a good man. Lived here alone for most of his life after his wife passed. Died in this house about, 7 or 8 years ago now. He loved this place, especially that attic. Had all sorts of projects and little trinkets up there, spent hours working on them. My blood ran cold. I wanted to tell him about our experiences, ask him more questions about his uncle, but Mark was nearby, and I knew he'd get annoyed if I started ghost talk with the neighbors. So I just nodded and thanked him for sharing the history. That night when I went upstairs to check on my son, I passed the attic stairs and saw him there, our shadow man, standing at the top step. For the first time, I didn't feel scared at all. I actually felt a strange kind of sadness for him. Was this your house? I whispered. Are you still watching over it? He didn't answer, of course, but he stayed there, visible for longer than usual, before fading away. We moved out about a year later when Mark got a job in another state. On our last day in the house, after the movers had taken everything and Mark and our son were already in the car waiting for me, I stood in the empty living room and said, "Thank you for sharing your home with us, and thank you for keeping your distance from my son." I swear the air got chilly right then, in the middle of summer, like a cool breeze had passed through the room. And I heard, clear as day, a floorboard creak on those attic stairs. I've never told the new owners about our experiences. Sometimes I wonder if they've noticed him too. The quiet presence keeping watch from the staircase, the shadow in the doorway, the footsteps in the attic. Part of me hopes they have the same peaceful coexistence we did with the former owner who loved his house so much he never really left it. I still think about him sometimes. Not in a scared way anymore, but with a kind of curious affection. For 5 years, he was just there, a constant, silent presence in our lives. And even though I can't explain what he was or why he stayed, I know what I saw. Some houses have more than just historic charm. They have the memories and attachments of those who loved them, lingering long after they're gone. Story 18. I'm still not entirely sure what happened to me last month, and writing this down is making my hands shake all over again. I've always been the skeptical type, the guy who rolls his eyes at ghost stories and has a logical explanation for everything. But after what happened in that house in Plainfield, I don't know what to believe anymore. For context, I work for my mum's construction company installing security systems. It's decent money while I finish school, and I usually know exactly what I'm doing. My buddy Jake from high school sometimes helps me out with the bigger jobs. We've been friends since freshman year, and he's always been the superstitious one between us. This particular job was at a pair of identical houses my mom's company had just purchased for renovation. They were these old, mirrored Victorian-style homes built in the early 1900s. The previous owner had let them fall into disrepair, but structurally they were still solid. My job was to install security cameras and motion sensors, since we'd already had some equipment stolen from the property. About $5,000 worth of tools disappeared just days before this all went down. It was a Wednesday evening in October when everything happened. We'd started work around 4 in the afternoon, but it took longer than expected, and the sun had already set by the time we were finishing up on the second floor of the east house. The electricity was working, but the heating wasn't connected yet, so it was freezing inside. We were both wearing hoodies and work jackets. I had my JBL speaker connected to my laptop playing music to keep us motivated. I remember I had The Clash on, Should I Stay or Should I Go? When the first weird thing happened, I was up on a ladder drilling into the brick to mount a security camera, and Jake was stabilizing the bottom of the ladder. Neither of us was anywhere near my laptop or the speaker. The volume suddenly dropped really low, almost inaudible. I called down to Jake, "Hey, can you turn that up?" "I'm holding your ladder, man. Can't reach it," he replied. Before I could respond, the volume cranked itself back up, way louder than I had originally set it. I looked down at Jake, thinking maybe he was messing with me, but he was still holding the ladder with both hands, looking just as confused as I felt. "Did you see that?" I asked. Jake nodded, looking uneasy. "Maybe it's just glitching or something." I tried to brush it off. Technology acts up sometimes, right? I kept drilling, focusing on getting the mount secured properly. Then, mid-song, the music abruptly changed. It wasn't like when a song ends and another begins. It cut off The Clash completely and started playing some random rock song I didn't recognize from Apple Music's recommended playlist. I never use Apple Music's recommendations. "Did you change the music?" I called down to Jake. "No, man, I'm still right here," he said, his voice a little tense now. I finished mounting the camera and climbed down to check my laptop. The Apple Music app showed the new song playing, but I hadn't touched anything. I scrolled through my recently played and couldn't find the Clash song that had been interrupted. "That's weird," I muttered, switching back to my own playlist. I hit play on The Clash again and returned to work. Things were normal for maybe 15 minutes. I was installing the last camera in the hallway, and Jake was feeding the wires through to the central hub we'd set up. The Clash had finished, and now Green Day was playing, something familiar and normal. Then, without warning, the music changed again. This time, it wasn't rock music at all. It was this haunting, melancholic piano piece that filled the empty house. The volume maxed out automatically, making the slow, deliberate notes echo through the bare rooms. It was Memoir No. 2. I looked it up later. The kind of somber music you'd hear at a funeral. "What the hell, Michael?" Jake called from the other room. "That's creepy as fuck." "I didn't change it," I shouted back, trying to keep my voice steady. I climbed down from the ladder and walked to my laptop. The screen showed Memoir No. 2, playing at full volume, but I had never heard this song before in my life. I didn't even know I had classical music in my library. I closed Apple Music completely, reopened it, and started my Green Day playlist again. My hands were shaking slightly as I went back to work, but I was determined to finish the job. I kept telling myself there had to be a logical explanation. Maybe my account was hacked, or the app was glitching, or there was some weird interference with the house's old wiring. 10 minutes later, the funeral music returned. Full volume. The piano notes seemed to reverberate through the walls themselves. This time, I didn't just feel annoyed or confused. I felt genuinely afraid. There was something deliberate about it, something that felt like a message. Jake dropped the wires he was holding and came into the hallway. "Dude, I don't like this. Something's not right." I tried to act calm, but my heart was racing. "It's just a glitch, man. Let me shut everything down and restart." I went to my laptop and closed all applications. Then I shut it down completely. The music stopped. The silence that followed was almost as unnerving as the funeral song had been. "Let's just finish up quickly and get out of here," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. Jake nodded, but I could tell he was spooked. We worked in silence for about 5 minutes, the only sounds being our tools and our breathing, which seemed unusually loud in the empty house. Then from across the room, my phone started playing the same funeral music, full volume. The same melancholic piano notes filled the space. Here's the thing. My phone had been in my pocket the whole time. I hadn't touched it. I hadn't connected it to the JBL speaker. The speaker had been paired with my laptop, which was now powered off completely. I pulled my phone out with trembling hands. The screen showed the music player open, playing Memoir Number. 2 inches. I had never downloaded this song. I had never even heard of it before today. That's it. We're leaving. Now. Jake's voice cracked as he spoke. I didn't argue. I hit pause on my phone, and thankfully, the music stopped. I turned off the JBL speaker and quickly packed up my equipment. We had only one camera left to install, but it could wait until tomorrow, during daylight hours. As we gathered our tools, I kept thinking about the $5,000 worth of equipment that had been stolen days earlier. Had someone broken in? Were they messing with us? But how would they access my Apple Music account or control my devices? We need to make sure we lock everything up properly, I told Jake. I don't want any more equipment disappearing. We double-checked all the doors and windows on our way out and stored the expensive equipment in the lockbox in the garage. The whole time, I felt like we were being watched. The house seemed to have eyes in every shadow, and the identical house across the street looked like a dark mirror reflecting our movements. We caught the last bus home around 9:30 that night. Jake's phone had died earlier from low battery. He'd shown me the dead screen when he tried to call his girlfriend to tell her we'd be late. But about 10 minutes into our bus ride, his phone suddenly turned on in his pocket. He pulled it out, confused, and the screen showed 30% battery. "What the hell?" he whispered, staring at his phone like it might bite him. It was completely dead 20 minutes ago. We looked at each other, and I could see the same fear in his eyes that I was feeling. Technology doesn't just fix itself. Phones don't recharge without a power source. Jake hasn't come back to work with me at that house since that night. He flat out refuses, says he can feel something wrong with the place. My mom thinks he's being ridiculous and told me to stop scaring him with ghost stories. But I never told him any ghost stories. We both experienced it. I've continued working at the house. Bills don't pay themselves, but only during daylight hours. I've tried to find logical explanations for what happened. Maybe there was some kind of electromagnetic interference. Maybe someone hacked my accounts. Maybe the stress of working late made us imagine things being weirder than they were. But none of those explanations account for everything we experienced. The way the music changed so abruptly. The specific choice of that funeral piece. Jake's phone mysteriously regaining power. Sometimes when I'm working there now, I'll catch movement out of the corner of my eye, but when I turn, nothing's there. I've noticed the temperature drops dramatically in certain rooms for no apparent reason, even when the heating is working. Last week, I was installing the final security panel when all the lights in the house flickered 3 times in succession. I packed up and left immediately. I don't consider myself superstitious, but something happened in that house that I can't explain. Something that makes the hair on my arms stand up every time I think about it. Something that makes me question everything I thought I knew about reality. I still have the security footage from the cameras we installed that night. I've reviewed it countless times, looking for any sign of an intruder who might have been messing with us. There's nothing there, just Jake and me working, reacting to sounds that the camera doesn't pick up. But in one frame, just for a split second around the time the funeral music first played, there's a strange distortion in the hallway. It could be a camera glitch, it could be dust, or it could be something else. I don't know what happened that night in Plainfield. I don't know if I'll ever understand it. But I know what I experienced. And no matter how many logical explanations I try to force onto it, none of them quite fit. The houses are still being renovated. My mom's company plans to sell them in the spring. Sometimes I wonder if I should warn the future owners about what happened. Would you believe me if I told you? Story 19. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that summer in 2011. I was 14. and my best friend Ella was sleeping over at my house like she did most weekends. We lived in this tiny town called Millbrook, where literally nothing ever happens. Just a bunch of old buildings, one main street with shops that close by 6, and everybody knowing everybody's business. My house wasn't anything special, a 2-story place built in the 1950s that my family had owned forever. My room used to belong to my great-grandparents before they passed, which never bothered me until that day. It was mid-July, sweltering hot outside, so Ella and I were hiding out in my bedroom with the fan blasting. We'd spent most of the afternoon just messing around on the internet, looking up dumb quizzes and watching YouTube videos on my ancient desktop computer. My parents were downstairs watching TV, and my little brother was at soccer practice. The house was quiet except for the hum of the fan and our occasional laughter. My room was pretty basic. Light blue walls, single bed pushed against one wall, desk with the computer in the corner, and this old TV stand across from my bed that held a small television and some random junk. My brother's glasses were sitting on top of the TV stand because he'd left them there the night before when we were watching movies. He's always leaving his stuff in my room and never gets in trouble for it. What happened next still makes me question everything I know about the world. We were both at my desk, backs to the room, totally absorbed in some stupid "which celebrity are you" quiz. The door to my room was closed. The windows were shut tight because of the air conditioning. There were no pets in the house. My mom's allergic. Just me and Ella sitting still, focused on the screen. Then we heard it, a distinct thump on the carpet behind us. It wasn't loud, but in the quiet room, it was enough to make us both freeze. I remember looking at Ella, and she had this confused expression on her face. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. I nodded, and we both slowly turned around. There on the floor, about 5 feet, or 1.5 meters, away from the TV stand, were my brother's glasses. For a second, we just stared at them, trying to process what we were seeing. The glasses hadn't just fallen straight down from the TV stand. They had somehow traveled across the room. "Did you put those there?" Ella me preguntó. Su voz temblaba un poco. "No," I said. "They were on the TV stand." We both got up and walked over to inspect them. The glasses were just lying there on the carpet, completely intact, not broken or anything, just sitting there like someone had carefully placed them. "Maybe they fell and bounced," Ella suggested, but even as she said it, we both knew that made no sense. Glasses don't bounce 5 feet across carpet, and besides, we would have seen them bounce. We would have heard more than just a single thump. I picked them up, my hands trembling slightly. They were my brother's, all right. Thick black frames with a small scratch on the left temple where he'd dropped them last month. I walked over to the TV stand and placed them back exactly where they had been before. "There's no way they just fell like that," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. Something had to have thrown them. But there was nothing, no one in my room that could have done it. No open windows creating a draft, no ceiling fan, no pets, just us. I felt a chill run down my spine despite the summer heat. The room suddenly felt different, like the air had gotten heavier. I could tell Ella felt it too, because she wrapped her arms around herself and stepped closer to me. "Let's go downstairs," she said quickly. We practically ran out of my room and down to the living room, where my mom was folding laundry while watching some reality show. "Mom!" exclamation mark. I blurted out, my voice higher than normal. Something weird just happened in my room. She barely looked up from her folding. "What's that, honey?" Ella and I took turns trying to explain what had happened, talking over each other in our rush to get the story out. The glasses just flew across the room. They moved by themselves. We both saw it. There's no way they could have fallen that far. My mom just gave us that look parents give when they think you're being dramatic. "Girls, glasses don't fly. They probably just fell off the stand." "But they landed 5 feet away," I insisted. "That's physically impossible." She sighed and set down the shirt she was folding. Look, the house is old. Maybe there was a small tremor, or the floor shifted a bit. These old houses settle all the time. Can you at least come look? I pleaded. My mom reluctantly followed us upstairs. When we got to my room, everything looked normal. The glasses were right where I'd put them back on the TV stand. See? I said, pointing. They were all the way over there on the floor. My mum just smiled, that patronizing smile. I'm sure there's a logical explanation. Maybe one of you bumped the TV stand without noticing. We were nowhere near it, Ella protested. We were sitting at the desk the whole time. But my mom had already made up her mind. You girls have been watching too many of those ghost hunter shows. Why don't you come down for some snacks? I made cookies earlier. She left us standing there, completely dismissed. Ella and I looked at each other, both knowing what we'd seen, both feeling like we were going crazy. I swear on my life that happened, Ella said firmly. Those glasses moved. I know, I replied. I saw it too. We were too freaked out to stay in my room, so we grabbed the laptop and relocated to the living room for the rest of the day. That night, when we were supposed to sleep in my room, we convinced my parents to let us camp out in the basement instead, making up some excuse about it being cooler down there. The thing is, that wasn't the first weird thing to happen in my room, just the most obvious. Ever since I was little, I'd hear strange sounds at night, creaking footsteps when everyone was asleep, the sound of my closet door rattling even though it was firmly shut, odd tapping noises on my window even though my room faces the backyard with no trees nearby. Whenever I'd tell my parents, they'd say it was just the house settling or animals in the attic or the wind, normal house stuff. But after the glasses incident, I couldn't keep pretending it was normal anymore. A few days after Ella went home, I finally worked up the courage to ask my mom about the history of the house, specifically my bedroom. Did anything ever happen in my room? Like to great-grandma and great-grandpa? Mom looked up from her gardening magazine, clearly annoyed that I was still on this topic. What do you mean, happen? I don't know. Did either of them die in there? She sighed. Mia, is this still about those glasses? Because I thought we were done with that. Just tell me, I insisted. Your great-grandfather died in the hospital, and your great-grandmother moved in with your grandparents after he passed. Nobody died in your room. But something in her voice made me think she wasn't telling me everything. Later that week, I asked my grandmother the same question when she came over for Sunday dinner. She was always more willing to talk about family history than my parents. Did anything strange ever happen in my room when great-grandma and great-grandpa lived here? I asked while helping her dry dishes. She paused for a moment, dish towel in hand. Why do you ask, dear? I shrugged, trying to seem casual. Just curious, I've been hearing weird noises. Grandma was quiet for a long moment. Your great-grandfather was very attached to this house, she finally said. He built a lot of it himself, you know, and he was particularly fond of that room. It had the best view of his garden. Did he wear glasses? I asked suddenly. A strange look crossed her face. Yes, he did. Thick black ones, a bit like your brother's, actually. He was always misplacing them. She smiled faintly. Your great-grandmother used to get so frustrated with him about it. My skin prickled with goosebumps. What happened to his glasses after he died? I believe they were donated, she said. This was long before you were born, dear. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept staring at the TV stand, half expecting to see the glasses move again. They didn't, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone in my room. It's been over a decade since that day, but Ella and I still talk about it sometimes. We're both in our 20s now, living in different cities, but whenever we get together, the conversation eventually circles back to the incident, as we call it. Do you still think about it? She asked me last month when she visited. All the time, I admitted. I've never been able to explain it. Me neither, she said. I've researched everything I could think of. Air currents, minor earthquakes, optical illusions. Nothing explains how those glasses moved that far without either of us touching them. I moved out of my parents' house years ago, but they still live there. My brother's room is now a home office, but my old bedroom remains largely unchanged. When I visit, I always sleep in the guest room downstairs. I've never told my parents this, but I can't bring myself to sleep in that room again. The flying glasses incident remains the most concrete evidence I have that something supernatural happened in that house. Some days I almost convince myself that maybe we did imagine it or exaggerate it in our memories. At first, I was just impressed. It's not often you see someone her age pick things up so quickly, but there was always something off about her. The way she'd watch me during class, her eyes following every movement I made, not in the way students normally observe an instructor, but with this intensity that made my skin crawl. About 3 months after she started, I noticed she'd dyed her hair. Not a big deal, except she'd chosen the exact same honey blonde highlights I had just gotten the week before. I brushed it off as coincidence until I spotted her nails, painted the same unique teal color I'd been wearing all summer. Then came the clothes. She showed up to a Thursday evening class in the exact same limited edition leggings I'd worn on Tuesday. These weren't common pieces you could just pick up at Lululemon. They were from small indie brands I followed on Instagram. When I complimented her on them, trying to be friendly despite my growing unease, she just smiled and said, "I saw how good they looked on you." My friend Sarah, who also taught at the studio, noticed it too. "Your little shadow is getting creepy," she texted me. After Paula showed up with the same water bottle as mine, I laughed it off. But the truth was, it was starting to seriously freak me out. The worst part was that I couldn't really complain to anyone at the studio. Paula was a paying customer who never actually did anything wrong. She was polite, always paid on time, and was becoming quite popular with some of the other members because of her inspirational late-in-life fitness journey. On paper, she was the perfect client. But there's a difference between admiration and whatever this was. It felt like she was studying me, collecting pieces of my identity like souvenirs, like she was trying to become me, piece by piece. Last month, on a rainy Tuesday afternoon, we had an open poll session. These are less structured than regular classes, basically just studio time for people to practice whatever they want. I was there working on a new routine, and Paula arrived about 20 minutes after I did. There was only one other person there, Jamie, who was fairly new and working on basic spins on the far side of the room. The studio has these bright fluorescent lights that leave absolutely no shadows. Great for seeing your form, but honestly not the most flattering lighting. I was working on a sideways pole sit transitioning into a split, which I'd been struggling with for weeks. Finally nailed it that day, and feeling pretty proud, I looked over at Paula with a smile, expecting maybe some acknowledgement or congratulations. What I saw instead stops my breath even now as I type this. Paula was staring at me, but her eyes were completely black. Not just the irises, the entire visible part of her eyes. No whites at all, just two obsidian pools where her eyes should have been. I froze in position on the pole, unable to look away. It wasn't like she was wearing contacts, and who would wear full-eye black contacts to a pole class anyway? This was different. The blackness seemed to have depth, like looking into a well that went down forever. The expression on her face was what disturbed me most. It was completely vacant, not blank like someone daydreaming, but empty in a way that suggested Paula wasn't there at all. Like whatever I was looking at wasn't Paula anymore, but something else using her body while she was away. Yet at the same time, I had the distinct feeling that something was looking back at me through those black eyes, not with malice or any emotion I could identify, just observing, like an alien scientist might observe a specimen. I don't know how long we stayed like that, probably only seconds, but it felt like minutes, locked in this bizarre, staring contest. My hands started sweating on the pole, and I felt this overwhelming urge to run, but I couldn't move. Finally, I broke eye contact, heart racing, and fumbled my way off the pole. My legs were shaking so badly I nearly fell. I walked to my water bottle on the side table, trying to act normal, though my mind was screaming. I took a long drink, not even tasting the water, just desperately trying to process what I'd seen. When I looked back, Paula was adjusting her grip on the pole, eyes completely normal. Brown irises, white sclera, just regular human eyes. She smiled at me and asked if I could spot her on a new move she was trying. I went through the motions of helping her, but I felt detached from my body, like I was floating above the scene watching myself. My hands were ice cold, despite the warmth of the studio. I kept stealing glances at her eyes, looking for any trace of that bottomless blackness. But there was nothing. After the session, I sat in my car for almost an hour, trying to rationalize what I'd seen. Maybe it was a trick of the light. Maybe I was more tired than I realized. Maybe I had some kind of mini-stroke or visual migraine. I've never experienced anything like that before or since, but I grasped at any explanation that didn't involve acknowledging what my gut was telling me, that for a moment, something not human had been looking at me through Paula's eyes. The thing is, this incident didn't happen in isolation. It was the culmination of months of increasingly disturbing behavior. The copying was one thing, but there were other strange details I haven't mentioned, like how Paula never seemed to sweat, even during our most intense hot yoga sessions when everyone else was dripping, or how she sometimes spoke in a language I couldn't identify when she thought no one was listening. Or the time I saw her in a coffee shop across town, staring at a young woman with the same intense focus she usually reserved for me. After the black eyes incident, I started finding excuses to avoid the open sessions when I knew Paula would be there. I adjusted my teaching schedule so our paths crossed less frequently, but I couldn't avoid her entirely without quitting my job, which I wasn't prepared to do. But a week later, I ran into her in the changing room. We were alone, and I was terrified, though I tried not to show it. She smiled at me, that same empty smile, and said, "I've been practicing your split technique. You're such an inspiration, Mia." The way she said my name made my blood run cold, like she was trying it on, testing how it felt in her mouth. "Thanks," I mumbled, shoving my things into my bag. As I turned to leave, she caught my wrist. Her grip was like iron, so strong it actually hurt. "We're so alike, you and I," she said, still smiling. "Don't you think?" I pulled my arm away and left without answering. In the parking lot, I noticed a new scratch down the side of my car that hadn't been there before. Could have been a coincidence. Probably was. But the timing. The next day, Paula didn't show up for class, or the day after, or the entire next week. When I finally worked up the courage to ask the front desk if she'd canceled her membership, they told me something that made my stomach drop. According to their records, no one named Paula had ever been a member at our studio. I insisted they check again, described her in detail. The receptionist, who had been working there for years and should have recognized the description, looked at me like I was crazy. She even pulled up the attendance records for all the classes and open sessions I claimed to have seen Paula at. Her name wasn't on any of them. I asked Sarah about Paula the next day, and she gave me a blank look. "Who?" When I reminded her about the little shadow text she'd sent me, she checked her phone and showed me our conversation history. No such text existed. It's been 2 months now. No one at the studio remembers Paula. All evidence of her existence seems to have been erased. I've started to question my own sanity. Would have convinced myself I imagined the whole thing, if not for one detail. I still have a selfie we took together after a particularly good class, buried in my camera roll from months ago. In it, Paula stands next to me, her arm around my waist, smiling that empty smile. But when I zoom in on her eyes in the photo, there's something not quite right about them. They're normal colored, but they seem flat somehow. like they were added digitally after the fact. Yesterday, I was teaching an evening vinyasa class when a new student walked in. She was young, maybe mid-20s, with vibrant red hair. As I was demonstrating a pose, I caught her staring at me with that same intense focus I'd come to dread. After class, I noticed she'd lingered behind, watching me roll up my mat. "Great class," she said, approaching me. "I'm new to Portland, just moved here from Colombia." My blood went cold. She didn't look anything like Paula, younger, taller, completely different features, but something in her expression, in the way she was looking at me. I mumbled some excuse and practically ran to my car. As I was pulling out of the parking lot, I glanced in my rearview mirror and saw her standing at the studio entrance, watching me leave. For just a second, so brief I might have imagined it, her eyes flashed completely black. "I haven't been back to the studio since, called in sick today, don't know what I'm going to do tomorrow, or the day after. All I know is that whatever I saw that day wasn't a trick of the light or my imagination, and I'm terrified that whatever was wearing Paula like a costume has found someone new." Story 21. I still get chills thinking about what happened in that apartment in Marietta. It's been 15 years, but I remember it like it was yesterday. I was 12 when we moved there. Not by choice, but because we had to. My dad had been in a terrible accident at his construction job 3 months earlier. A steel beam fell and hit him on the head. He survived, but he wasn't the same dad anymore. The doctors called it a traumatic brain injury. We lost our house because he couldn't work anymore, and my mom's salary at the grocery store wasn't enough to keep up with the mortgage. The apartment was small, 2 bedrooms for the 5 of us. My 2 younger brothers shared one room. My parents had the other, and I slept on the pull-out couch in the living room. It wasn't ideal, but we were just grateful to have a roof over our heads. That night in October started like any other. Dad was having one of his better days. After his injury, he had good days and bad days. On bad days, he would stare at the wall for hours or get angry over nothing. But this was a good day. He was watching TV in the living room. Some old Western movie with the volume turned up way too loud. I was trying to sleep on the pull-out couch, but the TV noise made it impossible. I asked Dad to turn it down, but he didn't seem to hear me. That happened sometimes since the accident. Mom was working the night shift, so I couldn't ask her for help. "I'm going to try to sleep in your room, Dad," I said, but he just nodded without looking away from the screen. I went into my parents' bedroom and climbed onto their bed. It was around 10 o'clock, and the only light came from the hallway and the blue glow of the TV filtering in. I wasn't scared of the dark, not then anyway. I laid down on my mom's side of the bed and tried to get comfortable. Their room was pretty basic: a queen-sized bed, 2 nightstands, a dresser, and a walk-in closet with no door, just an opening. The closet was directly across from the bed, maybe 10 feet away. I could see into it from where I was lying down, just a dark rectangle against the wall. I was almost asleep when something made me open my eyes. I'm not sure what it was. No sound, no movement, just this sudden feeling that I needed to look. And that's when I saw it. In the closet doorway was something darker than the darkness around it. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. But as I stared, it became clearer. It was shaped like a person, a tall person with broad shoulders. But it wasn't just standing there, it was swaying, moving side to side in this slow, unnatural way. Like it was being pushed by an invisible wind, or like it was underwater. I blinked hard, thinking it would disappear. It didn't. Instead, I started to make out more details. It looked like it was wearing some kind of long coat, like those old gangster movies my grandpa used to watch, and on its head was what looked like a hat, one of those wide-brimmed ones from the 1920s. But what terrified me most was that it had no face. Where a face should have been was just more darkness, and I couldn't see any feet. It just kind of hovered there, swaying back and forth, left and right. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just laid there, frozen, watching this thing move in ways that nothing human could move. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. After what felt like forever but was probably only seconds, I managed to tear my eyes away. I scrambled off the bed, almost falling in my panic, and ran out of the room. I didn't look back. I was too afraid of what I might see following me. I burst into the living room, breathing hard, my whole body shaking. Dad was still sitting in his armchair, staring at the TV. I opened my mouth to tell him what I'd seen, but before I could say anything, he turned and looked at me. "I know," he said, his voice quiet. "I see it too." Those words hit me like a bucket of ice water. Dad hadn't been in the bedroom. He couldn't have seen what I saw, but the look on his face told me he wasn't talking about the TV. "What do you mean?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Dad looked tired suddenly, older than his 40 years. "The Shadow Man. In the hat. I've been seeing him for weeks." I felt sick. "In the closet?" Sometimes by the window, sometimes just in the corner of my eye." He rubbed his face. "I thought it was because of my head injury. The doctor said I might have vision problems." I sat down on the edge of the couch, my legs too weak to hold me up anymore. "I just saw it in your closet." Dad nodded slowly. That's where he likes to stand. The way he said it, so matter-of-fact, made everything worse somehow. Like this was just something we had to live with now. "What is it?" I asked. Dad shook his head. "I don't know, Elena, but I first saw it 2 weeks before my accident. That sent a chill through me that I can still feel today. 2 weeks before the accident, before everything went wrong, before our lives fell apart. Do you think—" I couldn't finish the question. "That it caused the accident, or warned me about it?" Dad shrugged. "I don't know. I just know it's been following me ever since." We sat in silence for a while, the only sound the gunshots and horse hooves from the TV western. Finally, Dad spoke again. "Don't tell your mother, or your brothers. They have enough to worry about." I nodded, but I was terrified. How was I supposed to sleep knowing that thing was in our apartment, that it might be watching us right now? "Try to get some sleep, Mia," Dad said, turning back to the TV. "It doesn't hurt people, it just watches." I didn't sleep that night. I laid on the pull-out couch with my eyes wide open until morning, jumping at every shadow and creak. When Mum came home from her shift at 6 in the morning, I pretended I'd just woken up. The next few days were a blur. I was exhausted from not sleeping, but I was too scared to close my eyes. I started sleeping in my brother's room, making excuses about the couch hurting my back. I never went into my parents' bedroom again, if I could help it, but I couldn't avoid it forever. About a week after I first saw the Shadow Man, Mom asked me to get some clean towels from their closet. I stood frozen in the hallway, staring at their bedroom door. "Elena, did you hear me?" Mom called from the kitchen. "Can Miguel do it?" I asked, my voice shaking. "He's at baseball practice with your brother. Just grab the towels, please." I took a deep breath and walked toward their room. It was daytime. The Shadow Man only appeared at night. At least, that's what I told myself. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room looked normal in the daylight, just a boring bedroom with beige walls and mismatched furniture. The closet was right there, its opening a rectangle of shadow even in the daytime. I approached it slowly, my heart racing. "Just grab the towels and go," I told myself. They were on the shelf above the clothes rack. I would have to step into the closet to reach them. I took another step, and another. I was at the closet entrance now. I could see the towels on the top shelf. Just one more step. I stepped into the closet and immediately felt cold, like walking into a freezer. The hair on my arms stood up. I reached for the towels, standing on my tiptoes to grab them. That's when I smelled it. A strange, musty smell, like old books and cigarette smoke, and underneath that, something worse. something rotten. I grabbed the towels and spun around, desperate to get out of the closet. As I turned, I caught a glimpse of something in the corner of my eye, a darkness that shouldn't have been there in the middle of the day. I ran out of the room, clutching the towels to my chest, not stopping until I reached the kitchen. "What's wrong with you?" Mom asked, looking at my pale face. "Nothing," I lied, placing the towels on the counter. "Just thought I heard something." That night, I finally broke down and told my cousin Lucia about what was happening. We were close, and she was 18, practically an adult in my eyes. We were sitting on the steps outside the apartment building, sharing a bag of chips. "A shadow person?" she said after I finished my story. "Like with a hat?" I nodded, surprised by her reaction. "You've heard of them before?" Lucia looked uncomfortable. My abuela used to talk about them. She said they were omens. Omens of what? Bad things, changes. She hesitated. Death sometimes. I felt cold despite the warm evening. But Dad didn't die. "No, but your lives changed, right? You lost your house. Dad's not the same." She shrugged. "Abuela also said they can be connected to curses." "Curses," I repeated. "Like witch curses. Family curses. Bad luck that follows a bloodline." Lucia looked at me seriously. "Has anyone else in your family seen weird things?" I thought about it. Dad's brother, my Tio Carlos. He's always talking about seeing things, but everyone says he's just crazy. Lucia nodded like this confirmed something. "You should ask your dad if anyone else in his family has seen the Shadow Man." I didn't want to, but that night when Mom took my brothers to visit a friend, I worked up the courage to ask Dad about it. He was having one of his quiet days, sitting at the kitchen table staring at nothing. I sat across from him. "Dad, can I ask you something?" He blinked slowly, focusing on me. "What is it?" "Has anyone else in our family ever seen what we saw, the Shadow Man?" His expression changed, a flash of something, recognition, fear, crossing his face. "Who told you to ask that?" Lucia said her grandmother talked about shadow people, said they might be connected to family curses. Dad was quiet for so long, I thought he wasn't going to answer. Finally, he sighed. "My father saw something similar before he left us." Dad rarely talked about his father, who had abandoned the family when Dad was 8. And my grandfather too, I think. "But these aren't things we talk about, Elena. But what if it's important? What if it's trying to tell us something?" Dad's eyes hardened. "It's not trying to tell us anything. It's just there." "But why is it here? Why us?" Dad stood up suddenly, his chair scraping loudly against the floor. "Because bad things happen, Elena. Because life isn't fair. There's no message, no meaning. It's just another bad thing in a long line of bad things." He walked out of the kitchen, leaving me alone with more questions than answers. That night, I dreamed of the Shadow Man. In my dream, he wasn't in the closet, but standing at the foot of my bed, swaying in that unnatural way. I tried to scream but couldn't make a sound. I tried to move but was paralyzed. All I could do was watch as he swayed closer and closer. I woke up gasping for air, drenched in sweat. The living room was dark except for the glow of the digital clock on the cable box, 3:15 in the morning. I felt a presence before I saw it, a heaviness in the air, like the pressure before a storm. Slowly I turned my head toward my parents' bedroom door, which was visible from the couch. It was standing in their doorway. The Shadow Man, watching me. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying it would be gone when I opened them. 1 second, 2, 3. I opened my eyes. It was closer now, at the edge of the living room. Not walking, it never walked, but somehow it had moved. Its head was tilted, like it was curious about me. I wanted to run, to scream, but I was frozen in place. My throat felt like it was closing up. All I could do was stare as it swayed there, watching me with its non-face. Then, from down the hallway, I heard my dad's voice. He was speaking, not to me, but to it. The words were in Spanish and then in English. Bible verses. I recognized some from church, and I saw an angel coming down out of heaven, having the key to the abyss and holding in his hand a great chain. The shadow man turned toward my father's voice. It stopped swaying. He seized the dragon, that ancient serpent who is the devil, or Satan, and bound him for 1,000 years. The darkness around the shadow man seemed to vibrate, to pulse. I could feel a tension in the air, like right before lightning strikes. Dad's voice grew stronger, more confident. He stepped into the living room, a Bible in his hand, still reciting verses from Revelation. And as he spoke, the shadow man began to fade, to dissolve at the edges like smoke in the wind. He threw him into the abyss and locked and sealed it over him, to keep him from deceiving the nations anymore. And then it was gone. One moment it was there, a darker spot in the darkness, and the next it had vanished completely. The heaviness in the air lifted. I could breathe again. Dad lowered the Bible, looking exhausted but relieved. "It's gone," he said simply. And it was. We never saw the shadow man again after that night. I've spent years trying to make sense of what happened. Was it a warning about my dad's accident, or a result of it? Was it connected to some family curse, as Lucia suggested, or was it something else entirely? Something older and darker that had attached itself to our family for reasons we'll never understand. Dad doesn't like to talk about it. He says some things are better left in the past. But sometimes I catch him looking over his shoulder, checking the dark corners of rooms. And sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I think I feel that heaviness in the air again, that pressure. And I wonder if the shadow man is still out there, watching, waiting. All I know for sure is that for a few terrifying weeks in that apartment in Marietta, something was there with us. Something that wasn't human. Something that knew us. And no matter how many years pass, I'll never forget the way it swayed in that closet doorway, watching me with its faceless head. Story 22. I still remember it like it was yesterday, even though it happened back in 2003 when I was 14. My sister Amelia was 16 at the time, and we were just normal kids living in this tiny Indiana town where nothing ever happened. Seriously, our idea of excitement was when the McDonald's got renovated. That's probably why we were always looking for weird stuff to do. It was a Friday night in October, and I was bored out of my mind. Our parents were out at some dinner thing with friends and wouldn't be back until late. Amelia and I were just hanging out in her room. She had the computer. This was back before everyone had smartphones and stuff, so we shared this old desktop that took forever to load anything. We were just messing around online, looking up local urban legends and haunted places. Indiana's full of that stuff if you know where to look. We'd already been to the haunted cemetery outside town, nothing happened, and the abandoned house on Miller Road, which was just gross, not scary. Then Amelia found this forum post about something called Tenpenny Bridge. It was this old concrete bridge, about 20 minutes outside town, literally in the middle of nowhere. According to the post, back in the 70s, some homeless guy was killed there. The story went that when they found his body, all he had on him was 10 pennies, hence the name. The legend said that if you parked on the bridge at night, turned off your car and headlights, and placed 10 pennies in a row on the concrete guardrail, weird stuff would happen. Your car would stall, and the pennies would move around or disappear completely. "We should totally try this," Amelia said, scrolling through comments from people who claimed they'd done it. "You serious?" I asked. I was trying to sound cool, but honestly I got goosebumps just thinking about it. "Yeah, but we need more people," she decided, grabbing her phone. "I'm calling Sam and Steve." Samantha was Amelia's best friend, and Steve was this guy who was always hanging around Sam. I'm pretty sure he liked her, but was too chicken to say anything. They were both juniors, like my sister. Within an hour, they were at our house. Sam was all excited about the idea, and Steve was trying to act like he thought it was stupid while clearly being into it. We spent some time gathering supplies, flashlights, a camera, one of those disposable ones, and of course 10 pennies that Amelia carefully counted out from the change jar in the kitchen. We decided to go at midnight because that seemed like the spookiest time. Looking back, it was such a cliché, but we were teenagers, so what do you expect? By 11:45, we were in Steve's car, this beat-up Honda Civic his brother had given him when he went to college. It wasn't anything special, but it gave us freedom, which was all that mattered. The drive out to Tenpenny Bridge was tense. We were all trying to act brave, making jokes and stuff, but I could tell everyone was on edge. The roads got darker and narrower as we left town behind. There were no streetlights out there, just Steve's headlights cutting through the darkness and illuminating the trees that pressed in from both sides. "Are you sure you know where this place is?" Sam asked from the back seat where she was sitting next to me. "Yeah, I looked it up," Amelia replied, unfolding a printed MapQuest page. Again, this was 2003, no GPS on our phones. Should be about 5 more minutes. When we finally found it, the bridge was exactly what you'd expect. Nothing special, just this concrete structure spanning a small creek, maybe 30 feet across. The guardrails were solid concrete about 3 feet high. What made it creepy was the location. It felt like we were in the middle of nowhere. No houses in sight, no other cars, just darkness all around us. Steve drove onto the bridge and stopped right in the middle. When he shut off the engine and headlights, the darkness was complete, except for the faint moonlight filtering through the clouds. It was dead silent, too, just the occasional sound of the creek below and the tick-tick of the cooling engine. "Okay, who's going to put the pennies out?" Steve asked, his voice sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet. "I will," Amelia volunteered. She was always the brave one. We all got out of the car. The air was cold, and I remember how loud our footsteps sounded on the concrete. Amelia took the pennies from her pocket and carefully placed them in a perfect line on the flat top of the guardrail, about a foot apart from each other. "Now what?" I asked, my breath making little clouds in the cold air. "We wait," Amelia said. So we waited. For about 5 minutes, nothing happened. We were just standing there in the cold, staring at these 10 pennies like idiots. Sam was hugging herself and stamping her feet to stay warm. Steve kept checking his watch and sighing loudly. "This is stupid," he finally said. "Nothing's going to—" "Wait," I interrupted, pointing at the pennies. Look, 2 pennies on the right end of the line had been pushed aside about an inch. They were still on the guardrail, but definitely not where Amelia had placed them. "Did one of you do that?" Sam asked, her voice suddenly high-pitched. We all shook our heads. I felt my heart start to race. "Maybe the wind," Steve suggested, but it was a still night. There was barely a breeze. "Let's put them back and see what happens," Amelia said, stepping forward. She carefully moved the 2 pennies back into line with the others. "Let's all stand on this side of the car so we can see if they move again." We positioned ourselves on the opposite side of the car from the guardrail, forming a small semicircle, all facing each other. The pennies were about 10 feet away, clearly visible in the moonlight. Nothing happened for another couple of minutes. I was starting to think it really was just the wind or something when I heard it, the unmistakable sound of a penny flicking through the air. It shot right between Steve's head and mine, making a distinct ping as it bounced off the pavement behind us. Sam screamed. I'll never forget the look on Steve's face, pure shock. "What the fuck?" he whispered. I turned back to look at the row of pennies, and my blood went cold. They weren't in a line anymore. They were arranged in a zigzag pattern, like a panicked heart monitor line. Some were balanced precariously on the edge of the guardrail, like they were about to fall off. "Get in the car!" Amelia shouted, already moving. We didn't need to be told twice. We scrambled into the car, slamming the doors shut. Steve turned the key, but the engine just made this awful grinding noise and wouldn't start. Come on," Sam was saying from the back seat, looking out the window at the pennies, which I swear to God seemed to be vibrating now. Steve tried again, same result. The third time, the engine finally caught and he floored it. The tires squealed as we shot off the bridge and back onto the road. We drove for about 2 miles before anyone spoke. My heart was still pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. "What just happened?" I finally managed to ask. "I don't know," Steve said, gripping the steering wheel so tight his knuckles were white. "One of you must have moved the pennies," Sam said, but her voice was shaky, like she didn't believe it herself. "Sam, you saw what happened," Amelia said. "That penny flew between Liam and Steve. None of us threw it." We drove in silence for another minute before Amelia spoke again. "We should go back." "Are you insane?" Steve nearly shouted. "I just want to see if the pennies are still there," she explained. "If this was real, I want proof." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "Amelia, no way." But something in her face made me realize she wasn't going to back down. She always had to know things for sure. It was just how she was wired. After some arguing, Steve reluctantly turned the car around. As we approached the bridge again, I felt sick to my stomach. Steve slowed down but didn't stop on the bridge this time. As we drove across, our headlights swept over the guardrail. The pennies were there, all 10 of them, back in a perfect straight line. "Stop!" Amelia shouted, but Steve just accelerated. "No way in hell," he said, and kept driving until we were well past the bridge. No one suggested going back again. We drove straight home, barely talking. When we got to our house, Sam and Steve didn't even come inside. They just said goodbye and Steve drove off, probably taking Sam home. Amelia and I went straight to our rooms. I was so freaked out. I slept with my light on, something I hadn't done since I was a little kid. The next morning, I woke up feeling something hard under my cheek. When I reached under my pillow, I found a penny. I ran to Amelia's room. She was already awake, sitting on the edge of her bed, staring at something in her hand. When I got closer, I saw it was a penny. "I found it in my bed," she said quietly. I showed her mine. We called Sam and Steve. They both found pennies too. Sam in her shoe, Steve in the pocket of his jeans, which he swore was empty the night before. That was more than 20 years ago. I'm in my 30s now, living in a different state. I've never gone back to Tenpenny Bridge, and as far as I know, neither have the others. Sam and I are still in touch on social media, but we never talk about that night. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, but then I remember the sound of that penny whizzing through the air, the way the car wouldn't start, and waking up with that penny under my pillow. I still have it. That penny. It's from 1972, the year they found that homeless man's body, according to the legend. I keep it in a small box in my desk drawer. Sometimes I take it out and look at it, wondering who he was. This man with only 10 pennies to his name, and why he chose us that night to show he was still there, still counting his meager fortune on that lonely bridge. Story 23. I'm still shaking while typing this, and it's been over a week since we got back home. I didn't want to write about it at first, but I can't sleep properly anymore, and I need to get this out. Maybe someone has experienced something similar, or can explain what happened to my family that night. My husband Joshua and I took our kids, Ethan, 6, and Olivia, 9, to Great Wolf Lodge for a weekend getaway. We'd been promising them this trip for months. You know how kids get excited about those indoor water parks. We splurged on one of those family suites with the cute little wolf den area for the kids that connects to the parents' room. The kids were absolutely over the moon when we checked in. Olivia couldn't wait to try the big water slides, and Ethan was obsessed with the arcade. We had an amazing first day. The kids splashed around in the water park for hours. We ate too much pizza and ice cream. By evening, they were exhausted, but still begging to stay up late. We finally got them settled around 9:30, tucked into their bunk beds in the kids-themed section of the suite. I remember double-checking both external doors to our suite, sliding the chain locks in place, and even using those little extra security latches that let the door open just a crack. Joshua always teases me about being paranoid, but I've always been super careful about hotel room security, especially with the kids. After the kids fell asleep, Joshua and I watched some TV with the volume low and then turned in ourselves around 11. I fell asleep almost immediately. That's what happens when you chase two energetic kids around a water park all day. I woke up to Ethan tugging at my arm, sobbing. The digital clock on the nightstand said 12:05. My first thought was that he'd had a bad dream. He gets them sometimes, especially in unfamiliar places. I scooted over so he could climb up between us, and Joshua stirred awake too. "What's wrong, buddy? Bad dream?" I asked, still half asleep myself. He was trembling and his pajamas were damp with sweat. "No, Mommy, I really saw something scary in our room. It wasn't a dream. There was a big kid with a dark shadow walking around, and I ran right past him to get here." Joshua turned on the bedside lamp, and I could see the genuine fear in Ethan's eyes. This wasn't his usual monster under the bed talk. He seemed truly terrified. "It's okay, buddy," Joshua said. "You probably just saw shadows from the nightlight or something." But Ethan was insistent. "No, Daddy. It was real. It was walking around. I could hear it breathing." I'll admit, a chill ran down my spine, but I brushed it off. Kids have vivid imaginations, right? We let him stay with us for a while until he calmed down. Then Joshua walked him back to his bunk, checked the room thoroughly and tucked him in again. When he came back, he whispered that everything was fine, just some weird shadows from the trees outside the window. I drifted back to sleep, but it was restless. I kept having this feeling like I needed to check on the kids, but I didn't want to wake them unnecessarily. Then at 3 in the morning, I remember the time exactly because I immediately looked at the clock. I sat bolt upright in bed. I was absolutely certain I'd heard someone call Mom from the kids' room. It wasn't a scream, more like an urgent, frightened call. I shook Joshua awake. "Did you hear that? One of the kids called for me?" He hadn't heard anything but got up to check anyway. I was right behind him when he opened the connecting door to the kids' room. The nightlight was still on, casting a dim blue glow around the room. At first glance, nothing seemed wrong. Ethan was asleep in his bunk, but when we looked at Olivia's top bunk, my heart nearly stopped. She wasn't lying down. She was huddled in the corner of her bunk, knees pulled up to her chest, shaking uncontrollably. She was hyperventilating and crying silently, tears streaming down her face. I've never seen such pure terror on my child's face before. Joshua immediately went to her and lifted her down from the bunk. As he carried her out, she clung to him like she was afraid she'd be pulled away. She pressed her mouth against his ear and whispered something that made him walk faster. When we got back to our room, he told me what she'd said. "Be careful, Daddy, it's still in here." My blood ran cold. Joshua immediately went back to get Ethan, who was somehow still sleeping through all of this. Once both kids were safely in our bed, Joshua did a thorough search of both rooms. All the locks were still engaged on both doors. The windows were secure. There was no sign that anyone had been in our suite. When Olivia had calmed down enough to talk, what she told us made my skin crawl. She said she'd woken up to footsteps in the room. At first, she thought it was Joshua coming to check on them, but as the figure got closer to her bunk, she realized it wasn't him. "It was taller and skinnier than Daddy," she said, her voice barely audible. "And its skin was weird, like paper white and too smooth. Its neck was wrong too, like it was lower than it should be." I asked her if she could see its face, and she shook her head. "It didn't really have a face, Mommy, or it did, but I couldn't see it properly. It was just blank and white." She started crying again. "It walked right up to me and then turned around and went toward your door." Joshua and I exchanged looks over the kids' heads. That's when Ethan, who'd been quiet until then, suddenly piped up. "That's what I saw too, a big tall kid with a long neck. It was white-gray like when you're sick, and it made weird noises." The hair on my arm stood up. Ethan hadn't been in the room when Olivia described what she'd seen. There's no way they could have coordinated their stories. It came up to my bed, Ethan continued, and it had big eyes that glowed like a cat's eyes in the dark. I asked him why he hadn't mentioned the glowing eyes earlier, and he just shrugged and said, "I was too scared." We kept the lights on and the TV playing softly for the rest of the night. The kids eventually fell asleep between us, but Joshua and I stayed wide awake, watching the connecting door to the kids' room. Around 3:30, something else happened. The closet light in the kids' room, which we'd left on for extra illumination, suddenly went out. Joshua went to check it, thinking maybe the bulb had burned out, but when he tried the switch, nothing happened. He tried unplugging it and plugging it back in, but it wouldn't turn back on. The weird thing is, when we checked out the next day, the maintenance guy found nothing wrong with it. It worked perfectly. Then at 4 in the morning, there was a loud, deliberate knocking on the connecting door between our rooms. 3 distinct knocks, like someone was asking to be let in. Joshua jumped up and yanked the door open, but there was absolutely no one there. The room was empty. By this point, I was completely freaked out. I suggested we pack up and leave right then, but Joshua convinced me to wait until morning. The kids had finally fallen into a deep sleep, and he didn't want to disturb them. I reluctantly agreed, but insisted we leave as soon as the sun came up. I must have dozed off at some point because I had the most terrifying nightmare. In it, I was trapped in the kids' room with something evil. I couldn't see it, but I could feel its presence. I was trying desperately to get to my children, pounding on the connecting door, but no one would open it. I woke up gasping for air, my heart racing. Joshua was staring at me with wide eyes. "Did you just have a nightmare?" he asked, his voice tense. When I nodded, he said, "About half an hour ago I heard knocking on the connecting door, just like before. But I knew you and the kids were all here with me." We packed up as soon as there was light outside. As we were gathering the kids' things from their room, I noticed something odd. There was a strange smell in the air, like incense or some kind of musty perfume. It hadn't been there the day before, and it seemed strongest near Olivia's bunk. Neither Joshua nor I could identify it, but it made me feel nauseous. We checked out early, making up an excuse about a family emergency. I couldn't bring myself to tell the front desk staff what really happened. They'd think we were crazy, and honestly, sometimes I wonder if we are. But both my children saw the same entity independently, and Joshua and I experienced things we can't explain. It's been over a week now, and I still can't shake the feeling that whatever was in that room with my children followed us home. Sometimes I wake up at 3 a.m. for no reason. Ethan has started sleeping with his light on again, something he hadn't done since he was 4. And Olivia, she's been drawing pictures of a tall, thin figure with no face. When I ask her about them, she just shrugs and says, "It's the person from the hotel." I don't know what we encountered at Great Wolf Lodge that night. I've always been skeptical about paranormal stuff. But after what happened, I don't know what to believe anymore. All I know is that something was in that room with my children, something that wasn't human, and the thought of it still makes me sick with fear. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? Am I going crazy? I need answers because I don't think any of us will ever feel completely safe in a hotel room again. Story 24. I still don't know how to explain what happened in that house. We lived there for just under 2 years, but that was more than enough. I've tried to rationalize it all. Trust me, I've tried. But some things just don't have logical explanations. This is one of them. We moved into the house in South Houston in early 2018. It was a decent place. Nothing fancy, but bigger than our apartment and with a yard for the kids. Emma was 3 at the time, diagnosed with autism the year before, and Aiden was just 8 months old. My wife Melissa and I were excited about the extra space. Nobody told us about the Black Hope Cemetery when we signed the lease. It was only after we'd been there about a month that a neighbor mentioned it casually over the fence. You know, this whole subdivision was built on an old black cemetery, right? They moved some of the graves, but not all of them. He said it like he was commenting on the weather. I laughed it off. I'm not superstitious and honestly thought he was messing with the new neighbors. I wish I'd taken him more seriously. The first incident happened about 3 months after we moved in. It was a Saturday afternoon in April. I remember it was raining outside, one of those heavy Texas downpours that keeps everyone indoors. Emma was in her bedroom, sitting cross-legged on the carpet, about 4 feet from her TV. She was completely fixated on some cartoon. That intense focus is typical for her. When Emma locks onto something, especially something with bright colors and movement, it's like the rest of the world disappears. Melissa was sitting on Emma's bed, nursing Aiden. I was standing in the doorway just watching my family and feeling content despite the gloomy weather. Emma had this small playpen in the corner of her room filled with those colorful plastic balls. You know, the kind kids crawl through at places like Chuck E. Cheese. They're lightweight and hollow. I was about to ask Melissa if she wanted some coffee when I heard it, the distinctive sound of one of those plastic balls bouncing on the carpet. It's a specific sound, kind of a hollow ponk that doesn't really sound like anything else. My eyes immediately went to the source of the noise, and what I saw made my blood run cold. A small white ball was bouncing, no, flying through the air, about 4 or 5 feet up from the floor. It had just reached the apex of its arc and was starting to come down. It bounced once more, then rolled toward the wall. Here's the thing that still freaks me out. Emma hadn't moved. Not at all. She was still sitting exactly as she had been, eyes glued to the TV, hands resting in her lap. She showed zero awareness of the ball. Zero. She hadn't thrown it. She couldn't have thrown it. Melissa looked up from Aiden and stared at the ball, then at me. "Did you see that?" she whispered. I nodded, my mouth suddenly dry. "Where did that come from?" We both looked at Emma, but she was still locked into her show, completely oblivious. I walked over and picked up the ball, turning it over in my hand, like it might have some explanation written on it. It was just a regular plastic ball, white with green spots. I looked at the playpen in the corner. It was at least 8 feet away from where the ball had appeared, and the sides were up. The balls weren't scattered around the room. They were all contained except for this one. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it had been on top of something and fallen, but there was nothing in that part of the room it could have fallen from. And it hadn't fallen. It had been at the height of a bounce when I first saw it, moving laterally through the air. Those balls don't bounce well on carpet unless thrown with decent force. I'm a grown man, and if I dropped one of those balls on carpet from standing height, it might bounce 6 inches. This one had been 4 to 5 feet in the air, and Emma, besides being completely unaware of it, was a tiny 3-year-old. She didn't have the arm strength to launch a ball that high, even if she'd wanted to. I put the ball back in the playpen and tried to forget about it. Just a weird thing, right? Maybe I hadn't seen what I thought I'd seen, but that was just the beginning. About 2 weeks later, I was in Aiden's room with him. He was on his playmat while I was folding laundry, sitting on the floor beside him. Aiden had this little baby basketball hoop, one of those Fisher-Price ones that stands about 2 feet tall. It was against the wall, maybe 6 feet away from us. I had just looked down to fold a onesie when I heard Aiden make a small, excited yell, not scared, more like the noise he'd make when the dog walked in. I looked up, and Aiden was pointing at the basketball hoop. As I watched, the whole thing slid about 6 inches to the right, scraping across the hardwood floor. I froze. The windows were closed. The AC wasn't even running at that moment. There was nothing that could have moved it. Aiden wasn't scared. He was pointing and babbling, like this was the most normal thing in the world. I jumped up and examined the hoop, looking for strings, looking for any explanation. There was nothing, just a plastic toy that had somehow moved 6 inches on its own. The incidents kept happening, becoming more frequent and more difficult to explain away. The one that really got to me happened during bath time about a month later. I had both kids in the tub. The bathroom door was open, and the TV was on in our bedroom across the hall, playing some reality show at a decent volume. The kids were splashing and playing, making plenty of noise. Melissa was in the kitchen, at the opposite end of the house, making dinner. I was kneeling beside the tub when I heard it clear as day. A woman's voice called out, "Aiden." It wasn't loud, but it was distinct enough that I heard it over the splashing and the TV. It sounded like it came from just outside the bathroom door. Aiden immediately stopped playing and looked toward the door expectantly. He recognized his name being called. Emma kept playing, oblivious as usual. I called out, "Melissa?" No answer. I called louder. "Did you just call Aiden?" She yelled back from the kitchen, "No, why?" I felt the hairs on my neck stand up. I quickly dried my hands, told the kids to stay put, and walked to the hallway. Empty. I checked all the rooms. Nothing. When I came back, Aiden was still looking at the door occasionally, like he was waiting for whoever called him to appear. It took him a while to get back to playing. I didn't tell Melissa right away. I didn't want to freak her out, but that night, after the kids were asleep, I couldn't keep it in anymore. "I think there's something wrong with this house," I said. She looked at me for a long moment before saying, "The ball thing wasn't the only time, was it?" We ended up talking until 2 in the morning, comparing notes. She'd experienced things too. Objects moving slightly when she wasn't looking directly at them. The feeling of someone standing behind her when she was alone. Cold spots in rooms that had been warm minutes before. The final straw came about a week after the bath incident. I was putting Aiden to bed around 8:30 at night. He was being fussy, not wanting to sleep, so I was sitting in the rocking chair next to his crib, trying to soothe him. The bedroom door was closed, but not latched, just pushed to. As I was rocking him, the door began to move, not swinging open like someone was coming in, but moving back and forth about a foot in a strange waving motion. It was like someone was standing on the other side, grabbing the edge of the door and shaking it rhythmically. Aiden saw it too. He stopped fussing and pointed, making questioning noises. I sat there, frozen, watching this door wave back and forth in a way that doors simply don't move on their own. It went on for maybe 15 seconds. I finally snapped out of it and reached for my phone to record, but the moment I moved, the door stopped. It just stopped mid-wave and hung there, slightly ajar. I got up, still holding Aiden, and yanked the door open. The hallway was empty. Melissa was in our bedroom with the door closed, on a video call with her sister. I checked. She hadn't moved. That night, I started researching the Black Hope Cemetery. What I found disturbed me deeply. The subdivision had been built in the 1980s on land that had been a cemetery for freed slaves and their descendants from the 1800s through around 1940. The developer had supposedly relocated the graves, but as construction progressed, workers kept finding human remains. Instead of stopping and properly relocating them, they apparently just kept building. There had been lawsuits in the 1980s from homeowners experiencing paranormal activity. One couple even went to court after finding human remains in their backyard. The stories from these homeowners sounded eerily similar to what we were experiencing. Objects moving, disembodied voices, unexplainable sounds. We broke our lease 3 months later. It cost us, but no amount of money was worth staying there. The activity had escalated, doors slamming, items disappearing and reappearing in strange places, the constant feeling of being watched. On our last night there, as we were packing the final boxes, I went into Emma's room to get her toys. The playpen with the balls was already packed, but as I stood in the center of her empty room, I heard that distinctive ponk sound behind me. I turned around, and there on the carpet was a white ball with green spots, bouncing as if someone had just thrown it. There was no one else in the room. Emma was with Melissa in the car. I left the ball where it fell, walked out, and never went back in. I still can't explain what happened in that house, but I know what I saw, what I heard, what I felt. Some places just aren't meant for the living. I think about those people buried there, whose rest was disturbed, whose graves were paved over and built upon. Sometimes I wonder if they were just trying to remind us they were there. All I know is that I've never felt right since living in that house. Sometimes I still wake up at night thinking I hear a ball bouncing or a voice calling Aiden's name. And I wonder if maybe we didn't leave it all behind after all.